Can we please maintain discipline? request everyone to please settle down. Students at the back, please settle down. Thank you so much. Distinguished speakers, guests, and esteemed members of Shoolini University's management, it is with great honor that I welcome you to this momentous occasion. Today, we celebrate the inauguration of the Center for Leadership Coaching, an initiative proudly supported by the International Coaching Federation and NHRDN. The center marks a pivotal advancement in our commitment to cultivating exceptional leadership and coaching standards. As we embark on this transformative journey, we are thankful for your presence and for your support. This pioneering initiative is one of its first kind and aims to revolutionize leadership development and coaching in academia. Over the next 2 enriching days, we will delve deep into the best practices in leadership development and coaching, and we trust that you will find every moment insightful and rewarding. Before we begin, please make sure your phones are on silent mode. Students are asked to stay seated throughout the event, except during the scheduled tea and lunch breaks. For students, movement is strictly not permitted. To commence this event, we will begin with the Saraswati Vandana, followed by the lighting of lamp. Let us usher in this occasion with wisdom and auspicious beginnings. May I request Chancellor Sir, guest and senior management for lamp lighting ceremony to come up on the stage. Thank you. I now welcome on stage Professor Ashish Khosla, founder and president, Innovation and Marketing at Shoolini University, for the welcome address. He brings a rich blend of academic and professional expertise, having electronics engineering at PEC Chandigarh and an MBA from IIM Kolkata. His career spans over 25 years in global business management and leadership roles. Professor Ashish Khosla has held senior management positions at prominent international corporations such as Citibank, HSBC, and UNB. So, with a huge round of applause, let us welcome Professor Ashish Khosla to the stage.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, Chancellor and Vice Chancellor of Shoolini University, all our teachers and enthusiastic students. I would like to welcome you all to the launch of CLC, which is the, students, you know what it is? That's right, the Center for Leadership Coaching. Firstly, guests, I would like to welcome you all to this serene and inspiring environment, nestled in the Himalayas. And this, as we all know, is a place of elevation. Elevation, of course, in terms of altitude, but also elevation, I believe, in terms of elevated thinking. And that's because since thousands of years, these very Himalayas are the place where ancient gurus used to come in and ponder and think and talk and write about deeper insights on human behavior and stuff that goes beyond that. And in that very spirit of those ancient gurus, I would like to welcome today's modern gurus, leaders of today's business, coaching, human resource world, who are here with us today to share their wisdom and hopefully start the launch of something unique here at Shoolini University. I would like to specifically thank some of our distinguished guests who have made the journey to the Himalayas today. General VP Malik, the 18th Chief of Army Staff of the Indian Army. He's a leader whose valor and strategic insight are an inspiration to all of us. Magdalene Mook, CEO of the ICF, the International Coaching Federation, leading the way in the global future of coaching. Mr. Suresh Kumar, former Chief Principal Secretary, veteran of governance and leadership. Lieutenant Dhillon, whose experience in the armed forces bring a perspective of leadership under pressure. Mr. Prem Singh will join us tomorrow, President of the NHRDN, and Mr. Dhananjay, the Chief Secretary there. Anju Abrol, a global banking CEO with leadership experience across Asia and Australia. And Dr. Sunil Ray, the Chancellor of UPS. Thank you for being here, sir. So as we embark upon this journey of leadership, let us remember that leadership is not static. It changes with time. And we need to incorporate the modern thoughts with ancient wisdom. We need to know what is going on in these days and times. For all of you students, you are born and will live in very exciting times when we will not have one, but more than one intelligent being on earth. And that is one of our own artificial creation. It is important then to be a leader, to lead the formation of what is going to happen over the next 20, 30 years. And with that in mind, you should embrace new things about personal development and coaching and leadership that come your way. So with this thought, I'd like to welcome all of you to this 2 days ceremony of elevated thinking. Welcome and all the best. Thank you.
So very rightly said by Professor Ashish Khosla, leadership is not just static, but it changes with time. So thank you, sir, for coming on the stage. Next, we are honored to welcome Professor P.K. Khosla, Chancellor of Shoolini University. Professor Prem Kumar Khosla is a dedicated educationist and entrepreneur with an impressive career spanning over 44 years. He is Distinguished Commonwealth Fellow at the University of Oxford and a renowned scientist in biotechnology and forestry. Professor Khosla brings unparalleled expertise and leadership to our academic community. His groundbreaking work continues to shape the future of these critical fields. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause as we welcome Professor P.K. Khosla to the stage. Sir, on the stage.
Dear colleagues, there are so many distinguished persons here in the gathering. So I am omitting the names, that formality. First, let me correct the young lady who said 44 years. I think the total goes to 56 years. Now, coming to the coaching, for me, there is curiosity. What is this coaching? I have learned coaching means the tuition. I never knew coaching means to guide or to help others in learning. But anyway, with my limited knowledge, I'm not here to give a big sermon. I only know, I was just not telling that Saraswati is my goddess. Goddess of learning. When I did my doctorate, my thesis was sent to United States to foreign examiners. And they exempted me from the oral test. That was the first case in the Punjab University, Chandigarh, where the examiners write, okay, the thesis is so simple, there's no need to ask any question. I was told later there was a lot of discussion in the university senate whether the recommendations of the external examiners is to be followed or not. But since the examiners have written, they were left with no other choice than to clear my case without viva voce. So if you will say, if I just tell you, my result was out in 21 days. It was a record in the university. And today I know that it happened because of Ma Saraswati. That was the first indication that I was always fond of education. I wanted to be a teacher right from my childhood. From primary class, I liked the teachers. I reached the high school. I liked few teachers. They were excellent teachers in those days. Then my graduation, my post-graduation, my doctorate. And I was very fortunate that I became a teacher. Because I always believed in Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Par Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Manatha Shri Jagannatho, Madguru Shri Jagat Guru, Mamatma, Sarvbhutatma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. This is such a long poem for the appreciation, for to pay homage to the teacher. Whatever teacher can give, because I'm saying, because coaching purpose is also the same. Whatever the teacher can give to the students, that is valuable. They are, my teachers really heavily, I was never a good student till my graduation. I was second class metric, third class intermediate, that is FSC, then second class BSc, but in BSc honors, I became the university topper, master, then again the topper, because by then I realized कि बिना पढ़े कोई गुजारा नहीं है और थोड़ी सी खुंदक भी चल पड़ती है क्लास में. That was the first time we were in co-education. हमारे एक लड़की होती थी पुष्पा और वो फर्स्ट आती थी. So obviously a desire came in my mind. Anybody can do anything. That why not Prem Kumar? Next, in that monthly test, it was Prem Kumar Khosla who was the topper, not Pushpa. And afterwards, I never stood second in class. So that is why I say, Saraswati blessings if you seek. So dear students, you can also fulfill all your passions, because nothing like higher education. And for me, teaching profession has been very pious. And I have enjoyed it. I've reached at the peak also. Today you are sitting here. If I am the Chancellor, even at the age of 84, well, it is because of Ma Saraswati. When people retire, I think I will never retire. Thank you very much.
So, Professor P.K. Khosla, firstly, sincerely, I apologize for mentioning your 44 years. With you being so young and young by heart, I missed it out. I hope we make it to the century. So, thank you so much, sir. The next person I'm going to introduce truly needs no introduction. Renowned for his exemplary and heroic service during the Kargil War, he has become a symbol for courage and dedication to our nation. Without further ado, let's take a moment to watch an AV introduction of this remarkable individual. So, as you all just witnessed, we are honored to welcome General Ved Prakash Malik, our chief guest, the 18th Chief of Army Staff of the Indian Army, to Shoolini University. Recognized with the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal and Param Vishisht Seva Medal for his distinguished services, General Malik led the army during the Kargil War. In 2007, he was part of the judges panel for selecting the top companies for leaders in the Asia Pacific region. Today, he will share his distinguished address of valuable lessons on leadership. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause to General Ved Malik to the stage.
No, yes, stand here. You want your chashma? Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. Professor P.K. Khosla, Mrs. Khosla, Atul Khosla, distinguished speakers, and panelists who have come like me today to this wonderful university, amazing university, the teachers, the staff, and of course, dear students. At the outset, I want to compliment Shoolini University for starting a wonderful program. I have always felt that I think the most important aspect in life, in our life, is training for leadership. And if you ask me, I feel that it should start not from universities only, but it should start from schools. Unfortunately, we are not doing that much. And except for some sanskars that we learn at home, after that, in the schools and all, we don't get that opportunity of being taught certain values that we should have as leaders, or which are required as leaders. So my compliments to everyone in the university for starting a great initiative. And I hope there are many more universities who follow your example and try to give you competition also in training the youth in leadership. The second thing I want to mention here is that, look, I went to NDA at the age of 15 and a half. So I didn't go to a college. And whatever studies I had to do was because of the army life. And army required certain promotion tests to be taken, certain examination. And except for that, I have no background of either learning or teaching from the universities. What I'm going to speak with you today is just my experience, both as an army officer, and I was army officer for almost 42 years. Before that, for 4 years, I was in NDA and IMA. And also, after my retirement, I joined corporate sector as an independent director. And there was so much to learn there also. So my talk is going to be a mix of what I learned during my army life, as well as what I learned during my corporate life as an independent director. And so I said that I have no background. I'm not an MBA. I have not done that. But this is just practical experience. What I have chosen today, frankly, is to 10 advices. You know, they're looking at the time, we have 20 minutes or 25 minutes. So I've chosen just 10 advices that I can give you. I'm using the word advices that I can give you on leadership based on my personal experience. So I'll start with that. The first thing, as the professor who came here, initially he said that human resource is still the important. Although today technology has taken a great import in our life, but the fact is that beside the technology, human relations is the most important, what we call it human capital. If you cannot manage human capital, you will not succeed. However good your technology may be in your profession, you may want to do that. And some of these quotes I have given in the army, we always say, the man behind the gun is more important. These days we say man and women behind the gun. We can't afford to forget the women also. And there is another quote that I have given of Sun Tzu, who's written that very famous book, The Art of War. And he says that if you have good human capital, victory and rewards will follow. And when we are talking of human capital, that is where I say that leadership becomes the most important aspect. Now, I'm giving you 5 simple takes on leadership. Now, these are applicable at every level. Whether you are having 5 people working under you, or you are having 1.2 million people, as I had at the end of my army career. But these 5 basics, I feel that they remain green forever. And the first one, as I said, is whether 5 or more than that, the basics don't change. Now, this second one may surprise you a little bit. Leadership is 30% knowledge. It doesn't mean that knowledge is not important. It means it is important, but 70% is how you conduct yourself with your subordinates, with your colleagues, with your superiors. It's the way you conduct yourself that becomes important. And so dealing with people, you have to start learning from the time you go to school. In fact, I would say at home also. And this is not what I'm just thinking. Atul, I have made a slight change from the last slide that when I came last year. Earlier, I said 25% and 75%. Now I have added 5% more to the knowledge because of the technology that is coming in. So I made it 30% and 70%. In all the traits that we talk of in leadership, the most important trait is character. And that is built at a young age. You can't build it at, say, when you are 50 or 60. It has to be done at that age. The values that you learn at home, sanskar as we call it, are the value that you learn in schools and colleges. And that is what makes it most important. I have mentioned self-discipline, honesty, integrity, loyalty. These are the kind of values that you learn at home and in schools. And that is why leadership training in school becomes necessary. I have always believed leaders never refuse a challenge. At home, whatever may be the challenge or wherever you are, before you say anything, you want to think, of course, but you never refuse a challenge. I don't think I have ever refused a challenge. Sometimes challenges are thrust on you, and sometimes you go for a challenge, because I believe that challenge is also an opportunity, and that gives you success. And there is a symbiotic relationship between challenges and leadership. Challenges create leaders. And as I said, leaders you see because of the challenges. Sometimes you don't really get to know, but once you see people going through the challenges, then you realize that, yes, this person has got a greater leadership qualities. And lastly, but most important, anybody who says that hard work is not required is wrong. In fact, the first thing that I learned when I went to NDA was there is no shortcut to hard work. You have to keep working hard. So don't get taken in by people. The maine to kuch bhi nahi kiya, and yet I have become leaders. No, I don't believe in that. What also is very important is the result of training that you get. It becomes very important. The kind of self-belief you have. Unless you are self-assured, you're self-confident, you will not be able to make a leader. And as I said, opportunities, and lastly, that experience, because opportunities and experience, let you or permit you to go higher in your career, wherever you are. Now, these are 2 quotes from Bhagavad Gita. And these 2 quotes are, one is on knowledge and the other is on action, are working to make sure that you implement whatever is given to you. Both quotes are from Bhagavad Gita, but Bhagavad Gita itself says that while knowledge is important, but action is more important. If you have the knowledge and you don't act on it, you do not implement whatever has been taught to you, you are no good to yourself or to the society. And therefore, I have always said that implementation is more important than planning. I may have planned strategically for Kargil war, but people who won us the war were people who were fighting there, who were implementing whatever planning was done. So implementation becomes more important. Please never ever forget that. And as I said, test of a policy is how it ends, not how it begins. We had reverses in the beginning during Kargil war also. But then test of the policy was how it ended. And that is primarily because of implementation. Must be a good team member. No work you can do alone. You always require a good team. Today you have a good team in Shoolini and the Shoolini's name is going up. If you did not have a good team, you will have a problem. And in the armed forces, of course, we depend on each other for life. So for us, team membership becomes extremely, extremely important. People die for each other. And when we are talking of team, first you have to learn to become a good team member before you can aspire to become a good team leader. So if you're not a good team member, you will not become. I'm talking of as you grow up in your career. So you have to learn these aspects and all. I mentioned casualties in battle. You'll be surprised in the battle, more people get killed or get wounded because of their colleague who is under pressure, who's under fire. So when you find your colleague is under fire, then you take your initiative of trying to beat the enemy. Communication is extremely important. But then communication is not just the language that you learn. Language is important, but more important is, again, how do you conduct yourself? Your body language gives you, Field Marshal Malik, whose photograph I have shown here, he knew Parsi, of course, Gujarati. He knew good English, of course. He was very weak in Hindi, if I can use that word. And yet he communicated, he also knew good Gurkhali, but he communicated very well. People saw him and they got inspired. Now that is body language. Every time I remember, whenever he was speaking to anybody, whether it was a soldier or it was once I saw him speaking to a king also, eye-to-eye contact was there. His body language, he had his peculiar mannerism, but his body language showed how confident that person was. So communication of that nature is becoming important. And as you all know, I mean, most of you would probably know, Churchill used to rehearse his lectures. He used to rehearse them in front of a mirror. So that bit of training and that bit of rehearsal, or whatever you call, that is also important. When you go before an audience, you must be fully prepared what kind of an audience it is and what subject you have to speak. Decision-making is, again, an important aspect of leadership. And that you should be able to take a decision. Now, some people wait for 100% facts to be given to them before they take a decision. But as you grow higher in your career, you have also to learn to work on your intuition. But that intuition will come with the opportunities, with the experience that you gain. But decision-making is important. You know that ultimately, as a leader, the buck will stop at your table, and you have to take a decision. So be decisive. You might take a little time, but you can't take all the time. I don't think I have ever believed in waiting for 100% facts to be given to you. In any case, these days it's not possible because there are facts pouring from all directions, whether it is technology or other things. So, but be decisive. And I have said, I can give you example. We had that Babri Masjid. Nobody took a decision and the Babri Masjid was demolished. Similarly, we had this IC-814 flight. Some of you may have seen the picture. We just did not take a decision when that passenger aircraft was at Amritsar. Otherwise, that was there for about an hour, and some people have accepted it. And I was part of the cabinet meeting when it took place for a few days, and people just could not take a decision. And that is how we lost that opportunity, and the flight took off from Amritsar. So learn to be decisive people. And, this, I heard once Field Marshal Malik himself, he says, I have not, when you ask a question, have you made up your mind? He says, no, I'm trying to make up my mind. He says, well, if you have to be a bloody fool, be quick about it and don't keep waiting, So I still remember that. And when you are taking a decision, again, one thing important is, you as a leader have taken a decision. When it is being tested, don't ever try to pass the buck either to one of your colleagues or to your subordinates. That's a very bad habit. If you have taken a decision in a committee and you have told people, and then subsequently trying to pass a buck, कि ये तो उसने कहा था या मैंने नहीं कहा था and all. That way you lose respect from people who are following you. So don't ever try to pass the buck to somebody else. And now, empowerment is extremely important as you keep growing up. And empowerment, you have to learn to delegate responsibility. And I always say that then don't start backseat driving. I may be a very good driver, but I still have my wife telling me, nahi, ye kyun kiya? So I keep telling her, I said, look, I'm fed up of backseat driving. Please don't do that. You have empowered somebody, you have to let them do that. But having said that, it doesn't mean that you don't monitor what is happening in that. The other thing is that your subordinates will do what you have told them to do, what you have ordered them to do. But as a leader, senior leader, you do not have to keep interfering. You have to create a conducive atmosphere for them to function properly. Now, during Kargil War, you'll be surprised, I never interfered in any operational planning at the divisional level. Never. I asked them, they would tell me, but I made sure in Delhi that the whole atmosphere, whether we are talking to foreign countries or we are, looking at the logistics side, the supply chain, all those things are made conducive so that the people who are fighting, they have the wherewithal. So the job of a senior leader is there. Create a conducive atmosphere for your subordinates and don't get into this backseat driving business and all. But having said that, I must again repeat, it doesn't mean that you don't monitor it. You must continue to monitor कि क्या हो क्या रहा है. And that is why during Kargil War, every 6th day I was in front with these people who were working, who were fighting the war. Leaders visit the ground. Although we have all the facilities these days, you have video conferences, you have all kinds of things, and many people have stopped attending those in-person meetings of the directors and all that. And we do a lot of meetings online. It's permitted today. You get the same amount of money as you would be there in person. But then I always say that it doesn't mean that all the meetings should be attended online. There is a lot of difference between the online meeting. You cannot really exchange not just greetings, but the normal talk with each other, the camaraderie part of it, and certain things which you don't want to speak in front of the cameras and all. And so that is possible only when you are face to face, but it is not possible. So therefore, despite all the facilities, technological facilities that we all have, yet I think face-to-face meeting remains very important. A visit to the ground, this is again an army, this thing. A visit to the ground is equal to 1,000 on the map. Moral courage, physical moral courage. I'm talking of physical courage because as a youngster, you have to have a physical capacity to be able to climb the mountains, fight in, Siachen, other high altitudes. You require good physical fitness is extremely important. And it becomes more important when you have to operate in places like that. And the moral courage becomes more and more important as you keep growing up in your career. if you ask me, on certain moral aspects, to a young person, I would forgive him, or I would just take him off. Aage mat karna. But at a senior level, I didn't spare people. I showed them the door. I can't accept. And the other aspect of the moral courage is that you should have the courage to speak up. Look, we are all professionals today. And as a professional, if you cannot give your professional knowledge, convey your professional knowledge to the boss, whether he's a politician or anybody else, then what use is your knowledge? I'm giving you two examples, my own example. Once the Prime Minister, in some meeting outside, public meeting, he said, I have told the armed forces not to cross the line of control. Now, I thought that was wrong. So next time I met him in Delhi, we were walking, and I told him, I said, sir, please don't speak that again. So he looked at me, he says, Kyun? No, a chief telling the Prime Minister, the NSA is also walking with us. He says, Kyun? I said, आपने ये जो बोल दिया है, तो आप मेरे हाथ बांध रहे हो. Kyun? I said, look, in case we cannot undo what has happened in Kargil, I have no alternative except to cross the line of control or to international border. So when I come with that request, what will you tell me? He kept quiet, didn't say anything. In the evening, the NSA, Vijesh Mishra those days, he went to a TV channel, and on that TV channel, he said, not crossing the border or international border holds good today. I don't know about tomorrow. And that was a message. So you should have that confidence to be able to once. Similarly, I was giving this example to Vipin when we were traveling today. The Prime Minister asked me soon after Lahore agreement that, look, why are we firing on the line of control? Off and on, we used to fire on the line of control. So I said, I can't stop it. So again, looked at me, kya baat hai? I said, sir, as long as the infiltration is going on and the other party, Pakistanis, are supporting that by firing and covering this infiltration, I have no alternative. I cannot tell my officers not to fire. They will fire. So I'm sorry, I cannot do that. But I had to tell him that. And the examples are not personal example, yes, but these are, you must have the courage, conviction, and the confidence to be able to say what is right. And that, I think, is our professional dharma, if you ask me. Double speak also, many people, politicians particularly, always indulge in double speak. And that's what they lose their respect, And nobody today, most of the politicians, they'll promise something not to be able to do that. So this double speak is another thing that you must stay away from. I remember once one of Vipin Pabi's colleague, I remember he asked me. So he said, look, why don't you go and ask the defense minister about something? So he came and told me, he said, sir, we don't trust the defense minister, we trust you. Now, that's a big compliment to, not to me, but the institution of the army. The institution of the army chief, that there is a journalist who thinks that the army chief will not tell me a lie or not indulge in double speak. So I think that is what is required as a professional dharma. Anticipation and managing. We were talking about dynamics. I think you mentioned that, look, this is not circumstances are never static. They keep on changing. And therefore, as a leader, 25%, if not more, you should always be thinking of what next? What next? Most of the people, if your finances are doing well, you think that it is. Shoolini would have been probably making money right from the start, or maybe not start, maybe a little later. But today, you have been able to do so much is because you are also thinking of your dream, whatever the dream that Dr. Khosla had, P.K. Khosla had, or whatever dream that you are having. So you have to keep thinking, anticipating what problems can come and how I can overcome that. That is an important aspect of leadership. it's the professional duty of every leader to start training the junior leaders. If a company cannot train its junior leaders, succession planning agar aap nahi kar sakte ho, so your company will be doomed sooner or later. So every organization, whichever you have to think of succession planning, you have to think of grooming people. And when you are doing that, you have to work out a syllabus or whatever discipline, whatever you like to call it, how to bring them up to that level. Nobody can remain permanent in a particular seat. Somebody sooner or later has to take. So one of the most important aspects, which I keep telling every corporate house, and luckily I've been chairman of the NRC in most of them. So give me the succession plan. I want to know how you are grooming. And the armed forces, I must tell you, they start grooming people from the time a person is Lance Naik. And that step goes on, Lance Naik, Naik, Havaldar. That involves not only the practice part, but that also involves certain examination and certain amount of grooming outside also. All that goes on. So if you are finding that, yes, there is number 2, number 3, give them an opportunity to go outside also to learn whatever they can from either universities or wherever, they can pick up thing. I mentioned growth and diversity because even today, I find the number of ladies who are in the corporate world, although they're very capable, many of them, but they still don't reach that board level. Very few of them. Somehow we don't have that prejudice. And lastly, as a leader, you have to tick off people who are not doing well and never be shy of doing that. You have to have that capacity. You may be play acting sometimes, but you have to show that, look, I'm not happy with this thing. So this becomes, you cannot be nice all the time. And if you try to be nice, then you are doing damage to your company or to your organization. Because if you try to be nice, people who are not doing well, they will get away with it. But people who are doing well, you will keep on chasing them. So learn to be, learn to tick off people if you feel wherever it is. So never be shy of that. And my last slide, I know I've probably taken more time and Payal must be looking at me. Enjoy your professional life. I always say that. If you are not liking your professional life, if you're not enjoying yourself, then give up that job, pick up another one. And I think Dr. Khosla, for example, he retired from army life, service life, as a researcher and head of the organization in Himachal Pradesh. But then he found another avenue, which is, as he said himself, which he is enjoying himself. So enjoy life and take care of your health. Health is always more important. Be smart, dress properly. Don't try and chase these film stars. All kinds of clothes people are wearing. I don't think that is well appreciated in the society. So be careful there. And never neglect your family. People ask me when you were under so much of stress during Kargil war, so what did you do to de-stress yourself? And I always said, I believe in God. And whichever God, it doesn't matter. But I do believe that there is a super Atma. And you spend a little time. Second is your family. Family is your biggest stress buster. And third are your colleagues. If you believe in these 3 things, you will be able to get over your stress, whatever may be that stress. And then lastly, don't let success go to your head. I heard a long time, one of the things that I was taught is that success is like a heady wine. If you drink it slowly, you will enjoy it. You drink it fast, it will go to your head and you will fall flat on your nose. So don't ever do that. I just want to say leadership is some kind of a science also, but it is also, it is an art. So it may be an inexact science, but it is not an inert science. It is an applied science as well as an art. So learn it as a science, but apply it as an art. And that is how you will be able to grow up. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure. Thank you.
So with this thought, for all of us to keep thinking what's next and that challenges do create great leaders, I request General Ved Prakash ji to please stay on stage. And I request Professor P.K. Khosla to join him on the stage and to felicitate the guest. I also request can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you, Khosla sir. Thank you, General Ved Prakash ji. Next on stage, we are thrilled to welcome Ms. Magdalena Mook, the guest of honor for today's event, CEO of the International Coaching Federation, for her inaugural address. Having traveled, a lot of excitement, I'm sure. Having traveled from the USA to join us, Ms. Mook brings over a decade of expertise in fundraising, consulting, and association management. As a trained global champion of coaching, she excels in strategic planning, cultural competence, ethics, and international affairs. Prior to joining International Coaching Federation in October 2005, Ms. Mook held the position of Assistant Director of National Policy and Director of Development and the Council of State Government, a national association of state officials in all three branches of government. During her tenure at CSG, Ms. Mook also worked closely with the US Asia Environmental Program, overseeing the grants program in 11 nations of Southeast Asia. On behalf of Shoolini University, we extend you a warmest welcome. Ms. Mook will be discussing the latest global coaching trends. Let's give a grand and enthusiastic round of applause as we welcome Ms. Mook on the stage. That's fine.
Is it still morning? Yeah, it's still morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Chancellor Khosla, Mrs. Khosla, to everybody. It's been years in making, quite frankly, and I cannot be happier and prouder to stand here in front of you and talk about coaching, which clearly is my passion and has been for the good long time. And of course, being here at this beautiful campus, it's special as well. There was a talk about innovation. There was a talk about bringing something new, and there is something special about being in the nature and kind of looking from the top of a mountain and seeing how much is possible. Not much. You can't go much higher, mind you, but there is always a way. Even as we were driving this morning here, some parts of the road are intriguing, and yet it is happening. Yeah. Thank you. This one too. My apologies. So it is possible. It is to have that dream. It is to have that vision. And rather than focusing on why we can't do it, it's to focus on why we can and how we can do it. As I was listening to General Malik, I was like, yep, and coaching can help. Yep, and coaching can help. And oh, yes, with this, coaching can help. It's the leadership development. It's the communication, is being self-aware, being unselfish. These are so many different traits that coaching, professional coaching, in fact, can and is bringing to the society. I think there is something very, very unique about bringing coaching to the university. I'm going to be talking about it a little bit, but many of you may be familiar with the study that the Rice University in the United States in Texas did several years ago. There was a belief that if a young person goes through a 4-year university program, their leadership skills innately go up. No, there is zero increase in leadership skills, which is scary because I believed it. It was like, of course, you know, you're in an institution of higher education. Of course, you're learning. Yes, you're learning, but you're learning that technical skill. You're not learning that application skill, which is so important. So bringing coaching to students, to faculty, to the culture of the organizations, including, of course, universities, I think is absolutely tremendous. So let me take you quickly through our latest trends that we observe in coaching. Or not? Gonna come, you see? Or not? That's me. Technology is always such a delight. Oh yeah, here we are. So trends in coaching and quality. I want to talk a little bit about quality. I know that this university is truly about quality in education, quality of students' life, quality of bringing knowledge to the future generations. So I want to tell you just
At ICF, we believe in people and their potential. We believe in collective power to make positive change. We believe in coaching. For 30 years, we have remained committed to nurturing and advancing the coaching profession. While honoring our legacy, we acknowledge today's increasing uncertainty. In a time when guidance is crucial, together, we, as life-changing visionaries, embrace the future. With the ambition of shaping the future of coaching, we aim to make it the core of empowerment for all generations by creating new coaching standards and solutions and embracing our values: forward-thinking, excellence, and humanity. For individuals, for organizations, we are evolving to create a better world, encouraging you to be part of this amazing journey. Join us in defining the new era of coaching. Together, we inspire, transform, and thrive.
I think that this is what I want to leave you with, right? It's inspire, transform, thrive. That's what coaching does. I won't bore you much about ICF, but as I was hearing about the story of creating the university in the first place from Atul, it was like, yeah, good 30 years ago, next year, several people came together in a apparently dining room of a luminary in coaching, Thomas Leonard, and they said, we have to do something. We have to do something about coaching. We have to create a space where coaching can gain its credibility. So 30 years almost later, we are present in 170 countries. We are having 63,000+ members, and the mark of credential, the mark of quality, our ICF credential, is now being held by almost 55,000 people. So this is not a small accomplishment. Right, Pretty Mellow? I have my board member here, Pretty Mellow. As we look into coaching, we work a lot with PricewaterhouseCoopers in the field of research. Again, such an exciting story shared earlier that right now Shoolini is so cited university for its research, and so is ICF for its especially market research. So we always are interested in gaining some insight about what coaches think of the opportunities and the threats coming their way. As you can see on this, the reputation for professional coaching for India is still very important. These are the data for India, and this particular first bar at 56% is almost 10% higher than for the global average. So this is something interesting to explore. We've been exploring it a lot with our team. It is about the fact that coaching is unregulated, therefore anybody can call themselves a coach. There may be a confusion with the term and about coaching at the university centers and so on and so forth. But that's something to pay keen attention, and I'm mentioning it simply because of the further conversation about the quality. As far as the external factors, that brand, again, is very important. So I'm thrilled, again, that the very reputable organization like Shoolini University is taking on promoting coaching and making every single student and faculty member an ambassador for professional coaching, true professional coaching, with the background behind it, with results following. So for years now, we've been hearing this term VUCA, right? Apparently VUCA went to bed, it's asleep, it doesn't exist anymore. Where we are, we're in a banny situation. And it is a characteristics of our days this day. The universe is literally brittle. It could be shaken, it could be destroyed, it could be changed dramatically overnight with one event. And to the, again, General Malik's presentation, we have to anticipate, we have to be prepared. And that's another reason for it. Anxiety, we're anxious about just about everything. Absolutely everything in their daily basis, on conversations with our families, work, environment, geopolitics, everything. So we tend to be more anxious about everything. And then the things before, we kind of could anticipate and see trends. Something started happening, good or bad. We could follow and pretty much know the trajectory. Not anymore. Right now, we have, it looks almost like a stock market, ups, downs. So again, we have to be better prepared to do that. And incomprehensible. Yeah, things happen that we never thought about before. Things that are such a tremendous disruptors that are leaving us without any solutions and without any thoughts on how to move forward, how to be safe, and how to support others while also taking care of self. So the major trends that we're observing in ICF right now, and again, coaching is a tremendous support for that, and we see a more significant uptake of coaching because of it, is the very different workplace situation right now. After the pandemic, we see the hybrid work being, in many institutions, being the thing. Some, of course, are demanding people coming back to work, physical workplace, but that doesn't land well with our younger generations that are becoming a workforce. So we have hybrid, we have much more multi-generational and multicultural workplace right now. Many say that there are 5 generations working hand by hand with each other. Some would claim there are 7, because millennials anymore cannot be looked at as one generation. There are really 3 within. So this is something important, that a leader is being expected to deal somehow with those 7 generations, representing one of them and being possibly a little bit biased towards the values of that generation. We also have a very, very different approach to leadership. And again, General Malik, we didn't really coordinate those presentations, but it's like he was talking about what I was going to be talking. So it is a very different expectation of the leader. It's the leader who's authentic, is a leader who is vulnerable. It's a leader who is inviting and inclusive, is a leader who delegates, but it's also a leader that has your back should the support and assist be needed. So inclusive and curious, somebody who has vested interest in your well-being and has vested interest in seeing your success. You talk about succession planning, absolutely. This is something that, again, is happening at almost every level of the organization. And if it doesn't, it should. So the look of the modern workforce is absolutely tremendously different. And future of education is critical for the future of workforce. This is where it starts, right? How well our young people are getting prepared for the future leadership work, the better they're gonna get there and do it. There is a research done by Human Capital Institute that suggests that it's the US data, but suggests that younger and younger in age people actually get the management positions, and by management position we mean managing other people. And the research indicates that it takes 6 years from the moment they acquire that position to the moment they feel that they are prepared and skilled to hold that position and be good at it. 6 years. That's dramatic gap. That's the gap that, frankly, we cannot afford in so fast-paced and so quickly changing environment. So there is also a much greater call for well-being and for the balance, because again, the modern leaders, the younger people are valuing pretty much the same values that their previous generations did, but they want to live their life differently. And they want to make sure that they are having time for the family, that they are having time for relaxation, because this is the only way they can show up in their workplace energized, inspired, and inspiring. Yeah. Technology and artificial intelligence. This is something that everybody is talking about, and talking in two different tones. Either the tone of great fear, it's gonna come, eat us up, and that's gonna be it, or it's here already, and we have to learn to get the best out of it, rather than either pretend it doesn't exist or trying to fight it. In coaching, artificial intelligence already is making tremendous strides in supporting learning, in supporting professional development, in supporting assessments as well. And quite frankly, there are some very, very good programs right now that could possibly support a coach in getting the client to that first level of awareness. So that means democratization of coaching. That means greater access to coaching for many, many people who otherwise might not be even thinking about it. Good news and bad news. Bad news, the flip side is that we know that technology often develops much faster than the ethical concerns around it, and some don't do it type of situation, especially around confidentiality of data and the use of data. ICF is working very strongly with other organizations that are developing artificial intelligence, and fortunately, they are quite friendly so far. So we're in a very healthy dialogue about, let's examine certain things. Let's make sure what questions we ask. Let's make sure not to cross that line of control that General was talking about. So AI is definitely huge. we are working on standards. They are actually published on our website if you're interested. These are standards for coaching platforms, and then there are also questions to be asked of them if there is a client wishing to work with a coaching platform. Coaching in education. I didn't make that slide for you guys because it is a trend that is really happening for some time already. And we have several higher education institutions being extremely interested in bringing coaching to their faculty, to their students, and to grow even centers of excellence within the universities so that leadership development happens through coaching, but also there are other aspects and benefits. The first program that was actually awarded an ICF award was in UT Dallas, Texas, University of Texas in Dallas. And that was inviting coaches to work with PhD and now MBA students at their program to see if they are finishing their program, if they are finishing their program on time, if they are landing the jobs they wanted to land. Phenomenal success. And quite frankly, many universities started picking the brain of UT Dallas, and anymore there is a growing number of universities that do that. And I think that, again, the example of Shoolini could be such a tremendous case study to, again, offer it to other universities in the region and beyond. Coaching for social impact. You know, when coaching first started, at least when I first started with coaching, coaching was afforded only to the C-suite type of organization. So maybe only a chancellor, a CEO would be coached. And anymore, we see coaching being affordable and available to people throughout the organization, maybe high potential, maybe as an onboarding board method, maybe as the means of supporting a new to their role manager, but it's happening. It's happening greatly. And then, you know, there was public sector. Public sector picked up coaching. We had a brilliant conversation yesterday with public sector enterprises about the use of coaching. And then before you know it, not-for-profits. Not-for-profits are using coaching in a great way. And again, sometimes when you say not-for-profit, a provider may think, well, they can't afford coaching. And they think they can't afford coaching. Not true. Two reasons for it. One, coaches are extremely generous. A lot of pro bono coaching is happening in the world, including with the use of ICF coaches. And second, the fact that somebody is a charity or not-for-profit organization does not mean that they don't have money at all. Let's face it, Gates Foundation is a not-for-profit organization. They have more money than they know what to do with. But their leadership is recognizing the fact that their leaders have to be as good as the leaders in business or better, and therefore they need the support of coaching. Again, brilliant conversation we had yesterday because human resources and coaching are really going hand in hand. Human resources are being asked to source coaches, match coaches, build coaching programs, support leaders, support individuals within the working environment. And my question is, who's supporting HR? HR needs to also have its own program for being able to be the best leaders in a marketplace as they can be. I'm going quickly through it because I know we have a lot to cover. Team coaching. Again, see, General Malik already said about it, be team member, then team coach or team leader. And team coaching is gaining a lot of popularity because then you have the entire group of people aligned behind the same goal or purpose that are working seriously together with the help and the facilitation of the coach. ICF offers specialty credential or advanced certificate in team coaching, and we see a great uptake on that methodology right now. Building coaching cultures in organizations. This is something that's happening, that has been happening. We have fantastic case studies on the return on investment and return on expectation coming from coaching. And right now, very large organizations, small and medium size and small family-owned organizations are engaging in coaching because the financial return, as you can see, could be 17 to 33% greater than the organizations that are not utilizing coaching. In other words, coaching is not nice to have. It's a business proposition and a strategic move. We already mentioned well-being, and this is something that is becoming by many a pandemic. Especially after COVID, more and more people not only are paying attention to their mental balance, but also more and more young people are suffering from issues of mental concerns. It doesn't have to be illness. And especially Generation Z, they are expecting their employers to help them in that realm. 68% of Gen Z say that they need help with their mental state. That's tremendous. And again, coaching by no means and will not cross that line of pretending to be medical specialists or medical field, but coaching can support a person coming out of medical distress or can help person maintaining their mental well-being before there is a need for any kind of intervention. We're having a huge initiative right now at ICF to better equip coaches to recognize mental issues, to refer if need be, and also how to really work with an individual if they can be kind of on a border of that line. And other trends, as I mentioned already, an increased use of coaching in not-for-profit organizations. Before I was talking about ESGs, environmental, social, and governance. That often is a part of the agenda of the for-profit organizations and corporations as well. But again, not-for-profits really picking up coaching primarily for their leadership, so their leadership can deliver better to the populations that they are serving. Diversity and inclusion, definitely something that is becoming a topic of coaching for many organizations. We have a big division on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So I invite you again to coachingfederation.org if you have interest in that field. We also see a huge uptake of coaching in military. It probably has been happening before, but it was quiet. While right now, I mean, we have a list of probably 15 different countries where the military and the governmental institutions, like the Departments of Defense, are working with coaches and very successfully. A variety of reasons, leadership for sure, but also transition, but also morale, but also combat, preparing for combat or working with people coming back from combat. So coaching in military is a big deal, including internal coaching programs in several of the national the departments of defense. Systemic coaching, I'm systemically trained coach, so I can't help myself, but it means that nobody is an island. You can't coach a person completely in a vacuum of their entire life. During the pandemic, I think we saw it best when very, very highly ranking officials would come to the coach saying, today, we need to talk about me. I'm exhausted. I have a sick parent. My kids are at home schooling. I am not okay, and I have to be okay before I can be a good CEO again. So we have that blend and that need of really taking into consideration the wholeness of the person and their circumstance as we support them in their coaching journey. We also, at ICF, we also work with other professions that are not coaching per se, but they are on a periphery and are extremely useful to coaching, and coaching is extremely useful to them. And it is primarily with change management professionals. Again, change management was mentioned by General. And it's true that when the coach understands the change management process, they can be much more productive with their client. And conversely, with the Association of Change Management Professionals, we found out that in a typical change model, there are 7 incentive points where if coaching were brought in, the change would happen faster and would be successful. Other research with Human Capital Institute suggests that change management initiatives succeed or fail for the same 3 reasons: leadership, communication, and resistance. Again, 3 elements that can be very, very significantly supported by professional coaching. And mentoring, and I know that there is sometimes still a confusion, what's mentoring, what's coaching, but developing competencies for mentors and for coaching supervision is something that ICF engage into. We're gonna release those any day. We have a board meeting on Monday. So after Monday, I tell you if they are approved. So last couple of slides, why I say about quality in coaching, because this is what distinguishes professional coach from somebody who calls themselves a coach. It is somebody who is representing the profession. And what's the responsibility of the profession? We consider ourselves, ICF, the representative of that profession and the largest organization, so a strongest voice for coaching. But this is what we do. We establish strong international standards, so everybody can know what coaching is, and everybody can really benchmark their service they receive against that standard. We have a very strong code of ethics reviewed every 3 years to be relevant, to really speak to reality of both coaches and clients. We also establish coaching education standards so that our accredited providers can proudly say, yes, we follow the international standard. We offer 3 credentials, which is an independent way of evaluating the proficiency of an individual in applying core coaching competencies and the coaching philosophy. And finally, the existence of professional bodies is something extremely important from the perspective of the profession to bring quality to coaching. There is, of course, a responsibility of a coach, and we tend to normally just focus on a coach, but the coach also does not exist in a vacuum, right? So the competence of a coach is tremendous, hence they need to be trained, hence they need to be trained in accredited schools. Confidence in their ability to help that client, or confidence in saying, I'm not the best person for you. I invite you to work with somebody else. Communication is crucial, of course, one of the core coaching competency. And as we heard before, in leadership, communication is key. That's the same for coaching. Coaches need to know how to communicate and communicate clearly. Continuous learning and development. Coaching is evolving like any other field, quite frankly, but coaching is evolving very, very fast. So staying sharp, staying what we call fit for purpose is something extremely important. And this is for renewal of ICF credentials. We require the every 3-year renewal and additional professional development. And finally, the body of knowledge. Because right now there is really not a body of knowledge of coaching per se. It will be soon. ICF is working on developing that body of knowledge, and hopefully in the beginning of next year, we will be releasing this extremely pioneering document for the coaching profession. But then, surprise, surprise, there is also a responsibility of a client when we're talking about the quality of coaching, because the client has to make a commitment. The client has to have a plan. The client has to align their coaching initiative with their strategic plan and strategic objectives. The client has to establish a measurement system so they don't say after 3 weeks, it's not working. Coaching rarely works in 3 weeks. It's a process. It's a process that requires a work on a part of a coach, and also, of course, a work on a part of a client. The executive sponsorship is also something very important. So when coaching is brought to any organization, when the top level officials are convinced and happy and willing, then it seems from the research that the program can be established pretty quickly and can actually be expanded fairly quickly, which of course comes with the dedicated budget as well that that may support those activities. But that commitment, longer term commitment to coaching, to building coaching culture, to building coaches is something that clients are also supporting in their desire to work with coaches and with their feedback on their successes in result of working with professional coaches. I think that's it. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Ms. Magdalena Mook. Thank you for sharing her inaugural address, and I request you to please stay back on the stage. I now request Professor Atul Khosla, Vice Chancellor, Shoolini University, to join Ms. Mook on stage and felicitate her. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you, Atul sir. Thank you, Ms. Mook. We now begin with Keynote 1. And for that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Suresh Kumar, former Chief Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister of Punjab. With a Master's in Social Policy and Planning from the London School of Economics, he has held key IAS positions and formulated the Punjab Anti-Red Tape Act 2021. Let's welcome Mr. Suresh Kumar on stage for his distinguished address on role of coaching in executive leadership.
Thank you, Atul. Thank you for having me and giving me this chance to see this beautiful campus and meet with all of you. Dr. P.K. Khosla, Chancellor of the University, General Malik, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. My job has become a little difficult. You've heard the beautiful lectures for two speakers, Magda giving you the perspective from the point of view of international coaching standards and International Coaching Federation. And General Saab, of course, has led the National Army and given you a perspective how to lead it firmly, lead it decisively. Anyway, I was telling friends and colleagues sitting next to me, my job, I don't know what to do, but I will try and innovate. I wish, Atul, you had one politician also here. You have a bureaucrat, you have a journal, you have an academicians, you have some friends from journalistic fraternity, Vipin and Mridu, we've been talking. So you have all kinds of leaders, maybe student leaders also. But if you had a political leader, probably the discussion today would have made much more sense. The role of coaching in executive leadership. When we were talking yesterday, and maybe before that, when Atul mentioned the subject to me, I did get a call. Some friends asked me, where are you going? I said, going to Solan. What are you talking? Leadership. अब लीडरशिप पढ़ाओगे? 40 साल तो हो गया सरकार में, अब क्या लीडरशिप पढ़ना है? So that raised a question in my mind. Can we really coach leaders? Can we really coach leaders in executive leadership? I don't know. Students will be very curious to know the answers. And second question, in fact, Magda should have spoken after me. And second question was more to Magda for International Coaching Federation. When I read about the proposal, and I must commend the proposal to set up Center for Leadership at Shoolini is one of its kind, very rare. In government in 40 years, we've been talking of training, not coaching. And the question which I asked myself, is training coaching or is coaching different from training? I've tried to find an answer. Magda gave you answer, never mentioned the word training, except saying that they were training coaches. We even don't use the word training coaches, we use training of trainers. As a bureaucrat, we have n number of training institutes, training schools in universities, in government, outside the government, in the non-profit sector, in NGO sector. And when coaching yesterday, I was telling Mridu, when it comes coaching, मैं coach हूँ. The immediate question will come, are you a basketball coach? Are you a volleyball coach? Nobody will say, I'm coaching leadership. How do you do that? And why do you need coaching for leadership? Conventional wisdom, which has been ingrained in our society, in us, from the families, from formal channels, from informal channel, leadership is inbuilt. You become a leader because of your backgrounds, because your conditioning and whatnot. And in fact, the book I am working on, there's a chapter called Unlearned Governance. And to me, you may also like to think over during the discussions next 2 days. Can there be unlearned leadership? My first experience, I was 6 days old in Punjab, 1 year in academy, and then came to Punjab. Mrs. Indira Gandhi was shot dead. I came to Patiala on 24th of October, and 31st of October, she was shot dead. We were all sitting in our offices, and the collector calls us, this has happened. We need to prepare ourselves. I didn't know, as a youngster, totally dependent on collector and senior colleagues, both in the provincial service and the All India service. I didn't know what to do. I was deputed on Patiala railway station, where we were getting train loads of mutilated bodies, dead bodies, and whatnot. I can't give you the numbers. I was asked, nothing should go in the town, no rumors, you need to handle them. I was given a team of, Pabiji was those days journalist. He would remember those days. You need to take care of those who are injured. Those who are dead, they need to be taken care appropriately with due respect to the local culture, cultural requirement, conventions, and whatnot. I had only the team of doctors with me. It was so sudden, the whole district administration was unprepared. We were even told that newspapers need not go. Pabiji, you are here, I am disclosing this. Of course, this will come in print as and when it comes. We were told no newspaper to go in circulation. I said, what do I do? Newspapers in those days used to come in taxis, buses, and trains. So both the Patiala bus station and the railway station are close by. Now, it used to be close by, now there is a new bus station. I bought over all the newspapers. I took all the dead bodies to Gurdwara. I vacated all the pilgrims staying in the Gurdwaras and put the migrants who were coming from other places, Kanpur, Delhi, and whatnot, gave them food, first aid care, arranged for last rites of those who've been killed, without a penny in my pocket by the government. Which written law, which written convention, which training was I following? I had done 1 year training in Missouri. I came for the district training. No written law gave me any guidance. No collector could tell me. He says, you handle, nobody should go. Just take them wherever you have to. Mr. Sanjit Sinha used to be there in those days. He's unfortunately no more. So something you have to adopt, something you need to see and evolve yourself, something you need to think beyond. Not everything can be straitjacketed into a box or in written texts. I went back and presented a case study in Missouri when I went back in May 85. And my colleague, Malik, sir, sorry, I'm taking the name. He questioned me because the question answer session on the case studies you present. He says, तूने रेड क्रॉस का पैसा खाया, तूने रेड क्रॉस के पैसे से अखबार खरीदा, तेरे को तो जवाब देना ही पड़ेगा जाके. आज तक तो मैंने जवाब नहीं दिया है. Nobody asked me. There was a given situations. The leaders have to evolve. Leaders have to evolve and handle a situation. And General Saab said, they have to lead the change, not only accept the challenge, but lead the change. So that is where I draw a distinction between coaching and training. Training is what you must be getting in classrooms. We got in classrooms. We used to morning 9 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the academy, evening the instructors, the post evening some dinner sessions and this tutorial and that tutorial. That's all training. You gain skills. You're definitely not coached for a purpose. Coaching is more personalized. Coaching, Magda said it, coaching is application of your skills and knowledge and information you gather. You may be educated. You may not be so educated. You may have information and knowledge. How to apply that knowledge, coaching tells you. So somewhere I think ICF and now this center will draw a distinction where particularly in government, my perspective will be totally bureaucratic. I'm sorry, I am not an expert on any matter. I'm a plain and simple, straightforward, dotted line pe chalne wala ek civil servant hu. I don't kind of deviate from the beaten paths. Not done it for 40 years. And we still got away the way we said. General Saab gave many examples of at the national level. There are many more at the state level which we can do. But that's not the issue. Issue is we must try and see that our youngsters, our youth, who's getting good education, we didn't have that kind of opportunities, to be very frank. Not many universities were there, not many disciplines were there. Where were schools of coaching? Where were schools of training? Where was artificial intelligence? Nothing. We used to roam around on the Nai Sadak of Delhi and the sector 15, 11 and 15 in Chandigarh to find books. We were always hunting for books, written notes, writing pages after pages. Today, you don't need to do that. You need to find what Suresh Kumar is, who Suresh Kumar is. Everything comes to you, just a click of a button. Those opportunities, those facilities, those privileges we didn't have. Today, youth has that privileges, that thing. But still, if they don't grow and make a good leader, today still the executives having access to all the technology, all data science, all the training and coaching, if they don't make good leaders, probably something is amiss in the system. What is that we need to do? We need to think through. Why coaching in executive leadership has become necessary? Because imperatives of governance have changed a bit, changed very substantially. Both, whether it is governance of a state or governance of an organization, governance of a corporate body, they are changing. Those days are gone when the boss said, or the leader said, or any executive head of an organization said, do this and the people will do it. Because the person who's being commanded to tell to being told to do something has an access to the counter of information which is to maybe to the contrary. He has access to information which maybe even the executive leader or the boss doesn't have it. So the bosses have to change, the executive leaders have to change. They must listen the other viewpoint. It was not happening always in the past. Let me tell you, even as in my early days, when we were collectors, I still call myself a product of my बाप system. जो collector ने बोल दिया वो ठीक है. This is not true of today. Give this kind of a command to a collector today, he will come back with 10 other suggestions to you. So you have to have your eyes and ears open to accept the new ideas, to value the new ideas and try and see what best we can do for the people. Now, Papiji's and his friends, Mridu is here. Proliferation of media has also changed the fabric of the whole canvas of governance. Everywhere. Media is so intrusive today. Papiji, you may like it, you may not. When we joined and you were there used to be 5 journalists in Chandigarh. I can name them. Papiji, Parwana ji, what was his, Prashar ji, 5. And they will get a chance to see one officer or one odd person once in a month. Today, 300 journalists in Punjab Secretariat at a time. Each floor has 30, 40 journalists. You have journalistic manpower, journalistic human resource, or human beings who are roaming around in the Secretariat, sniffing around you. And then you have these machines, which have now turned out to be a bomb, if you have to believe and see what Israel is doing. How do you deal with that kind of a media proliferation? The media, if you don't go it, other day, SEBI has come out with a regulation. Since Atul, I think we were discussing in that board, and many of you, I think gents of you are also in the board. SEBI says if there is any rumor about a corporate body, the corporate body must respond immediately, deny or justify whatever they have to say. Because rumor mongering also impacts the share capital market and raises the prices or deflates the prices. In such a situation, the rumor management is the responsibility of the boards. So they must see what's come in the newspaper. This comes out of the media proliferation. Media writes anything. Somebody other day told me, modern dairy is being sold. I said, no. I know the whole family. They're not being sold. They've just become debt-free. Say, no, you don't know. They have sold it. And I visited modern dairy. They were not sold. So I asked Mr. Goyal, I said, what's happening? He said, no, that was a rumor created by some other banks who were trying to sell my entity and intended to buy. So media proliferation, the proliferation of technology, proliferation of data. You and me do not even know कि ये data आया कहाँ से. Source of data is unknown. Half the population in the corporate world, as away from corporate world, even in my own services, is just chilled about the data science. Politician, General Sahab, you rightly said, this, you have to be decisive. True. Decisions have to be quick. But there's another dimension. The decisions have to be well informed. They have to be evidence-based. In my service, I have faced the crisis. A politician goes and makes the announcement. कल से बिजली माफ, सबको बिजली माफ. A student of Shoolini University gets about 1,50,000 a month. His wife also gets 1,50,000 a month. They were living in Shimla, close family friend. Shift to IT Park, Chandigarh. They came to see me. Uncle, यहाँ तो पंजाब में बहुत मजे हैं. क्या हुआ? शिमला में तो हमारा 3,000 रुपए बिजली का बिल आता था. यहाँ तो 6 महीने से बिल ही नहीं आया है. Because the politician has taken a decision without knowing, without analyzing any data, any analysis, without consulting any of the people who may call themselves bureaucratic leader, bureaucratic heads of departments, heads in the government, whatever you call them. The decision making by the leaders, and mind you, the policy makers are not bureaucrats like me. Policy makers are the politician in government. They have to consider evidence, analyze, and then take a decision. That is where the governance is becoming complex. I put forward the evidence. And those of you who understand Punjabi, Mr. Badal tells me, Kaka ji, nahi, tusi ta bahut kanoon te padhande ho, koi na koi data leke aa jane ho. I have done it. You find a way to carry it out. So what shall the executive leader do in that situation? If these kind of decisions, uninformed observations, conclusions are given to you, then of course, there is I briefly mentioned demographic changes. There are qualitative changes. A child studies at St. John's School in Chandigarh. टीचर उसको पंजाबी में एक स्टोरी पढ़ा रहा है कि कौवा आता है, कौवा आग के पास जाता है और पंजाबी की टेक्स्ट बुक है ये, उस पे पास जाके जलती हुई लकड़ी को लेके उड़ जाता है. My own son, who's now heading the iClouds in Google headquarters, fought with Mrs. Gill. He says, कौवा जलती लकड़ी के पास आ ही नहीं सकता है. कौवा जलती लकड़ी के पास कैसे आ गया? Mind you, that poem I also read till 8th standard in the schools in Sonipat. I never questioned the teachers. This generation is inquisitive. This generation is inquisitive to learn. To coach them, to train them, to educate them is difficult. And that challenge has to be taken by someone. आप इनको बोलो कि कौवे के पास जाके लकड़ी जलती उठा के दिखाओ, ये नहीं मानेंगे. The imperatives have further changed for the governance, for the leadership. Globalization. You do one thing, the thing which is not to your liking is done by another person with the help of a person like Magda. US. Somebody's coming from US. Somebody's bringing the knowledge and technology from China. Somebody is getting somewhere else. How do you see? How do you make yourself aware of all that is happening in the supply chain? The leaders have to be mentally aware, mentally agile. You just can't say, "Mujhe to pata nahi tha." And we are product of a system where judges tell us. I asked a judge. He was elder brother of my batchmate in Rajasthan. I said, "Sir, ऐसा order तो आप कर ही नहीं सकते. आपने लिखा कि आर्टिकल 2 से 162 का वायलेशन है. Here is the 162 order of the government." He says, "What can I do? This order was not produced before me. It is the job of the lawyers and the petitioners and the clients to tell me." We are product of that system where a judge passes a patently unconstitutional order and still insists, calls me in the court, knowing me personally, कि ये तो मेरा order है, आप इसको comply करिए. I said, "Sorry, it is unconstitutional. I can't do it." We are product of that system, and this generation is more straightforward, more clued on technologies, more clued on information, more clued on data. I may not know how the data is collected through public data, private data, how it is compiled, collected, analyzed. I may not understand. Many of us sitting here may not understand, but the students will understand. So if the senior managers, the senior leaders, the executive leaders are not properly guided, properly informed, properly coached about these things, how will they deal with the incoming generations? I don't need to say much about climate change. You are sitting in a campus which takes care of climate change, and Magda and others have also spoken about the big discussion these days, both we have in the corporate boards, we have in government, of sustainability, on environment protection, on climate changes, on mitigation of climate effects. These discussions are going. But I still, today, executive leadership, both in the government, outside the government, do not have any sustainability code. I can tell you in 40 years I've been in government. For 10 years, I've been examining the files of all of the secretaries of the government. Not even one sentence on environmental protection, not one sentence on sustainability of decision making. There are no sustainability code defined. More and more information is coming these days from the regulatory quarters. I don't know how many of you are aware of BRSR guidelines, business responsibility and sustainability reporting guidelines of SEBI. Now, sustainability efforts by each corporates have to be reported to SEBI and Government of MCA and Ministry of Corporate Affairs. But if the executive leaders are not made aware and not guided about it and do not understand sustainability in its right perspective, sustainability, it's good to emphasize the word 20 times a day. Probably we think the sustainability will happen. It doesn't happen that way. You have to care for the people. You have to care for the planet. You have to care for your resources. You have to care for your decisions. You have to be careful even in your thoughts if you are really looking for sustainability. Agda did touch about the coaching of leaders in different ways. I mean, one can talk about it at length. But the issue is, why do we need coaching? General Sahib is a very good perspective from the discipline and from more of this ecosystem which has been functioning pretty well. Not many questions are asked. But I belong to a service where I've been saying it, and this is my experience. If there is any service in India which has more, I shouldn't be using this word, but I think I can't think of more regular interaction or more intimate interaction with politics, it is IAS. For a simple reason, when a politician comes to power, the first point of contact is an IAS officer. The private secretaries in Government of India, the secretaries in the state government, the provincial government, they are all IAS officers, and they drive the political bosses the way they like it. That being so, if those leaders do not have visionary thinking, they are not emotionally stable, they do not care for the feelings of the others. General Sahib ne bahut अच्छे से बोला. It's not a team building. You have to care. Army mein, they care for the families of Jawans, family of the Subedars, majors, even the senior officers, the commissioned officers. In the bureaucracy, nobody cares for anybody's family. That kind of they're not emotionally updated in the sense, उनको है ही नहीं भी सोसाइटी में कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है जिसकी वजह से somebody can get hurt, somebody's family life can get disturbed. If we take this decision, the other segment of the population, the other group in our population or our state will get disturbed. They don't think that way. How do we give them that skill? Leaders have to be adaptable. Change is happening. They have to adopt the change and lead the change. That's why coaching is necessary. Leaders just not, as I said, somebody just off the hat, tomorrow, free power to all. There's no strategic thinking. Who will tell them? Who will teach them? Who will coach them? You have to think through. What is your strategy? If you're giving free power to one segment of your population, what about the others? When the present government in Punjab gave free power to everybody, earlier only the families belonging to scheduled castes were getting. The scheduled caste families have now raised a bogey. ये तो सबको मिल गया, हमें क्या मिला? ये तो पहले तो सिर्फ हमें मिलता था. Now they are demanding more. They want their free power to be doubled. but there was no thinking. Okay, what are the implications? So you need to tell the leaders, think through. And this question of communication, written, oral communication, communicating effectively, Magda has said it, General Saab has said it, these issues have come in. What will make, how will you assess a successful leader? You've done the coaching. These students are here. Do you think after today's conference and launch of this center, whosoever comes and does a certificate program will become a successful leader? Not necessarily. A successful leader has to navigate complexity. Situations will change. Situations will emerge. Rules may help you, may not help you. You may have to reframe the rule, redo your actions, and even go back on your previous actions. Complexity makes you to change. And don't resist the change. As a leader also, you cannot resist. Change is generally resist. There's a common saying, the common frame in the business school is change is constant, change is resisted. That's true. But if change is necessary, accept it and lead it. That will make you a successful leader. Stakeholders are generally ignored. I don't know what was this trend. At least my experience is Army is different, because Army, you have to carry the team along, and day one, you're taught that. In my first 1 year, in 1983-84, the word stakeholder consultation, stakeholders participation in decision making was never ever mentioned. And if you don't take the stakeholders on board, what happens? What happens with the agriculture farm laws? And then on the top of your voice, you tell the world, Punjab government was consulted. I was in the Punjab government. I was having the agriculture portfolio. Never ever we were consulted. Never ever we were told that these laws are coming. What are your views? How will the farmers feel? Do we need to consult the farmers or not? And ultimately, it's no secret. Whatever note to withdraw the three legislation was given by the Chief Minister to Honorable Prime Minister, he read out the same note in November 2021. So it happens. If you don't take the team along, if you don't take the people who are affected, you don't take the decisions, transparency. Unfortunately, transparency has also become a vague word in our governance. Everybody thinks right to information act आ गया है, 10 रुपए का एप्लीकेशन लगाओ और आपको कागज मिल जाएगा, मलिक साहब की, जनरल मलिक की इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी, सुरेश कुमार की मिल जाएगी, and government is very transparent. Transparency doesn't mean that. This is a far-fetched kind of a way of kind of shutting the people down case of that. Transparency actually means that a person should know the cause of a decision if he is impacted by that decision. If anybody takes a decision, today Shoolini University takes a decision of which I am impacted, rightly or wrongly, that could be personal conclusion. But if I am impacted by a decision by an authority competent to take that decision, I must know the reason for that decision. That is transparency, nothing beyond. Sharing XYZ, sharing tons and tons of papers with the media and media reporters, and sharing with anybody and everybody, that doesn't mean transparency. So are we taking our decision transparently? Are we taking decision on the basis of a cause, for a cause, basis of some data and information? That kind of a rational decision making makes you a successful leader. That General Saab has said it quite effectively, and both the points, you need to build an organizational culture. Shoolini has a culture. Shoolini is trying to do education differently. If you decide to do differently, you have every right to do it. But then prove it that you can do it and lead that initiative from the front. That makes you a successful leader. And then work and the life. Both have to go on. I have to work 12 hours a day. I have to work. I have to earn my livelihood. I'm committed. I'm committed to work. I'm committed to be disciplined. I'm committed to work efficiently. I'm committed to be honest in working. So if you are committed, try and balance. And the leaders have to see that not only their own life is balanced, but those working with them, whether they are 1 million or 2 million, their balance at different level is done. Coaching can, you said this, and I only will add one odd point. Coaching can be done in different ways. Training is generally classroom orientation based on some tutoring, banking system of training. I have it here. I tell them to do it. They do it. Coaching is more personalized. Coaching can be one-to-one. Coaching is what we call is 360-degree feedback on coaching. I told you to do this, then we are monitoring, not 360-degree monitoring of that. Mentoring is one way of coaching. It can be group coaching also. So whichever way you decide. I'll end with one example, a successful, or I think since these names are generally taken, please don't misquote me on this. You know two brothers, Mukesh Ambani and Anil Ambani. One is very successful, one is not successful. Both are sons of Dhirubhai Ambani. Na? Both were born when Reliance was there. Both are Reliance kids, if one uses that word. Why is one successful and other not successful? Simple reason. I have interacted with both in my assignments for 9-10 years. I was in Chief Minister's office. I must have met a number of times to both the brothers. One has a closed mind. One doesn't discuss anything. He wants, मैंने बोल दिया, मेरे को वेपन बनाने का राजस्थान बॉर्डर पे प्लांट लगाना है पंजाब में, ये आप कर दीजिए. I told him, I said, Vishnois of those villages are not agreeing. What do I do? Vishnois are resisting. I cannot have 23 villages up in arms and a whole host of community. I cannot, sorry. I advised the Chief Minister accordingly and the project was shut down. He went and complained to Dr. Manmohan Singh. So be it. On the contrary, I think I've been going and meeting very frequently. They've been coming here in Punjab. Mukesh, every decision he takes is a participatory decision. Every decision he takes, he does think that kitna paisa aayega. Oh, that's any capitalist will do it. Any sahukar will do it. That's not an issue. But if he does an ethical business, he does a business which gives us more jobs. He does a business which improves my economy. If he makes money in the process, I am not concerned. But he was concerned about communities. He was talking of farmers. He was talking of telephone users, the mobile telephone users. He was even talking when he had to lay fiber cables in Punjab. He was talking of sharing data with Punjab government. So if you are sharing information, you are accepting the challenge, you are gathering opinions, trying to respond to stakeholders, making the decision-making as a participatory, making the decision in the interest of the community, in the larger interest, economic interest of the country, you may be successful. You are a successful leader. Other one is what he is. So you need to open up. You need to accept the changing imperatives of corporate governance as well as the governance of states. Having identified those imperatives, try and accept the challenge and lead the change to kind of overcome those challenges yourself. That will make you successful. And coaching to me, I'll end it with that sentence because I've said enough and enough has been said before me. Coaching for me, from that perspective, is a strategic, essential requirement. It is a strategic requirement of all organizations. They must think of coaching their leaders, they're coaching their employees in whatever manner best possible. And this center today we are inaugurating after this probably will do good service not only to Himachal, maybe to people at large. It's the first of its kind, and I must commend the initiative, both Atul, yours, Dr. Khosla, Magda, ICF, Shoolini, and this probably should be, if I know Atul may not like it, should be replicated in other states also, so that the concept, abstract concept of training to ho gaya. Training hone se you will be a successful leader. That's not sure. So training, the next step is coaching, which is personal, which is more individual, which is more effective, which is more impactful. If that step is to be taken, we need to transform from training to coaching. That's an essential strategic requirement. I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh Kumar, for the distinguished address. Mr. Suresh Kumar, I would like you back on the stage for your felicitation. I request Mr. Vishal Anand, Pro-Chancellor and founder of Shoolini University, to felicitate him. Volunteers to please come on the stage. Thank you so much, Vishal sir. Moving on with our next session, leader and coach building trust and accountability in modern teams. We have our speaker, Ms. Anju Abrol, head of wholesale banking APAC at ING. Anju is a seasoned banker with over 30 years of banking experience in leadership roles at top-tier global banks in New York, Singapore, Hong Kong, Sydney, and Mumbai. In her last role, Anju was CEO and head of wholesale banking Asia Pacific for ING Bank based out of Singapore. She was responsible for 11 markets across the region, namely Australia, China, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Japan, the Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, and Vietnam. Prior to ING, Anju worked at Westpac Institutional Bank as Chief Risk Officer. Before that, she was with Bank of America for almost 16 years and worked in New York and Asia. She has deep experience in corporate and investment banking, particularly in the areas of business origin, risk, and governance, and asset restructuring. Anju has held significant board roles, board member of the European Chamber of Commerce, Singapore, and board member of ING Bank. Please join me in giving a welcome to Ms. Anju Abrol on the stage.
What a privilege to be here. Thank you very much, Chancellor Khosla, distinguished guests and students. I'm going to keep this, I'll try to keep it relevant. I'll try to make it relatable, and I'll try to keep it short. And you're going to find my eyes mostly gazing to the back rows because I'm here to talk to you, the students. A lot has been already said, and therefore I decided to put my speech aside because I think it makes sense to make it come to life for all of you. So you heard about my background. I think the only important take there is I'm a corporate animal, and I would like to talk to you from the perspective of the corporate world. So trust and accountability, it means different things to different people. And you can make it come to life in your own way, and you can reach the same outcomes, no matter what. You can gain trust in short order, but you can lose it faster if it is not backed up by accountability. So to me, trust and accountability are actually quite inseparable. Accountability would mean showing up, following up on your commitments, not letting anybody down. I'm sure all of you can think of a situation where you were forced to work with someone who you did not trust. I want to ask you, how did that feel? Did it churn your stomach? Did you feel like almost totally incapacitated? I also want to talk about or ask you, How did it feel when you let somebody else down? What was that feeling like? And needless to say, must have felt terrible. And that's why trust and accountability are so foundational and important for teams and people to be functional, to work together, to reach the same outcomes that they all want to achieve collectively. I've built teams over the years, and some of it is on the fly that I'm going to talk to you about. And I want to talk about three main pillars, and I want to just come to life with some examples of trust and accountability. The first one, which was much talked about, and I don't think I can bypass that, is values. So there are a lot of buzzwords. Values equals integrity, equals honesty, reliability, etc. It goes deeper than that. It's your words it begins with. What words do you use when you talk to people, when you talk about people? And, words have a way of dictating your own feelings. They have a way of instructing you what to do. Your words will tell you what to do. They have a way of shaping your relationships, of shaping your ability to influence. And they have a way of almost determining how successful you and the people around you are going to be. So watch those words very, very carefully. And a story I want to tell you is, there was one of those roles when I did. When I first took up the role, everybody on my leadership team came to me and they had something negative to say about somebody else on the leadership team. Obviously, the team was dysfunctional. And obviously, we were never going to achieve our ambitious goals. So my task was actually, I had to roll back and say, we need to do some foundational work here. Firstly, it was a really large team, almost 18 people. So I decided we all first need to go for an offsite, almost even before I started my job. And so there's 18 of us. And I say all of this to you because you're going to be part of the corporate world, many of you, not all of you. The world is far more entrepreneurial, but I want to show you what it's going to look like. And the rules of the game were simple at the 3-day offsite. We were not going to talk about work, no targets, no revenues, nothing, no expenses. All we were going to talk about is team building activities is what we're going to do. We're going to have lunches and dinners together. So one of the sessions and the team activities were constructed by members of the team. So in one of the activities, this person said, the rule of the activity throughout the session is we will look at each other in the eye when we talk to each other. That was interesting. I don't know how many of you look into each other's eye when you talk, but it was so revealing that so many people were so visibly uncomfortable because it's just not the norm. And when they were forced to do it, some of it was funny. It was so interesting. People, Chief talked about looking in the eye, right? When you're in the army. How do you talk to each other without doing that? People started to relate to each other. They started liking each other. They started talking to rather than about each other. We came back. There was a new way of working. But guess what? In 2 or 3 weeks, it was all lost. Human beings have a way of defaulting back to their old practices. So the job of the leader is to constantly keep bringing them back. The second pillar I want to talk about, by the way, before I go there, a show of hands. And this is only for the back of the room. When you're talking to somebody and you feel you've got eye contact and the person's sitting like 5 feet across from you or even closer, Show of hands, how many of you look at both the eyes of the person? No hands going up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. How many of you look at one eye of the person? None. 1. Okay. Most of you didn't raise your hands. You got work to do. Those who said we look at both the eyes absolutely have work to do, because the human body is wired to look at only one eye when you talk to the person. So you obviously were not focusing. If you're looking at both the eyes, you're actually not even looking at the person, right? So my next pillar, which is collaboration. I think a lot was talked about that. And I have another story to tell you. So you'll wonder, what kind of teams do I lead all the time? But that's reality. So I walked into this role where I had many silos in a certain business reporting into me, all functions. They didn't talk to each other. They operated in their own silo. And I think this was discussed. They thought their only job was to keep their immediate functional boss happy. That's it. And the collective success of the organization was none of their business. So I was like, okay, what needs to be done here? So I established a common meeting where I invited my leadership team, and I invited people too deep from me, which means the leadership team of all of the leaders on my team. We'd meet every Monday morning, and about 30 of them, in no perfect order, deliberately so that they all stay awake. Just like I was called a bit earlier, out of order. And their task was in 2 to 3 minutes, describe what happened in your business in the last week, and also tell me what you're going to be, or tell all of us actually, what you're going to be doing in the coming week or the week ahead. It was interesting because there were some characters out there who felt like it was not their job, or it was beneath them almost, to hold themselves accountable to the entire team and actually discuss with everybody in the room what they're up to. There were others who spoke in cryptic ways, almost making it ununderstandable for several in the room. So there was a couple of meetings that followed soon after, where I quite deliberately, but I think it looked just a bit careless, sidestepped them and did not ask them to provide any updates. You won't be surprised what happened, right? The next time they were given the opportunity to talk about their business, they were so forthcoming. They wanted to share a lot of detail, almost exceeding their time limit. That meeting morphed into a forum where people would start to discuss issues surrounding their business. Others would offer to help. It was amazing. Our NPS scores, which is the Net Promoter Score of how your clients rate you, were through the roof. Our internal organizational health index scores were through the roof. And quite obviously, our financial performance followed pretty rapidly soon, and it was quite astonishing. So team is very powerful, and working across the aisle is almost more important than working within your aisle, because everybody works within the aisle. That doesn't even need to be your area of focus. It's natural. My last pillar, and actually my favorite, it's sharing the stage. I'm a huge fan of town halls, and I would do all hands town halls quite frequently, making it a challenge for my marketing and communications team, because it's a whole production across so many countries. And in that context, not in that context, but maybe a story makes it come to life. So there's this lovely professional, really good, technically probably the most savvy in her trade in the dealing room or the trading floor, comes to me and says, I've been producing so much value for the organization, but I get passed on promotion for the last several years. So she was not making managing director. And unlike in the corporate world, banks have so many managing directors. So it's a different context. So to me, it was clear she lacked confidence. And I see that as a very common problem. And I think confidence is the responsibility of the individual. So I talk to you in the back rows because I want you to make note of that. Many of you may be way more capable than I am, but you have to back yourself up. So at my next town hall, I said, her name was Emma. I've disguised the name, of course. I said to her, why don't you present at my next town hall? And this was my routine. I would do an hour's town hall in which I would speak for a few minutes, much shorter than this. And there'll be many speakers, not all senior, and usually a couple of people who are taking stage for the first time. So Emma takes stage for the first time, first half of her. So she was going to describe what she does and demystify her very complicated business. So she shows up on stage, and first half of her presentation, her hands are quivering, her hands are shaking, her voice is quivering, and but it goes on. And the second half of the presentation, her fear runs out of steam, she gains momentum, and by the time it's all over, her eyes just lit up. She got the biggest applause that town hall, and I don't think that applause was just for Emma. I think that applause was an acknowledgement that we can do it too. And for all you aspiring leaders, and that's been said before in better words, but I want to say to you, take the stage as often as you can, because the only way to master the stage is to take it and make the mistakes, and the leaders should help them make mistakes in a very safe environment. Because know one thing, right? The human race has a tendency to believe not what's right. It has a tendency to believe, that doesn't mean you start saying all the wrong things, right? It has a tendency to believe when it comes from a self-assured person. No one will believe your best or buy your best goods if you don't have the confidence to talk about it in a way that you matter and you deserve. So please know that you are enough just the way you are, and do take stage as often as you can. So I want to leave you with, for those of you who were probably not paying attention, because I'm standing between you and the lunch, I think almost. Do these three things, okay? Look people in the eye when you talk to them. You'll find your relationships evolve to the next level. I like to bring things down to action items, rather than giving you a sermon on the values of having good relationships. Take the stage as often as you can, and talk to people. Don't talk about them, because it's impossible to build any trust if you say anything negative about people, even to the walls. And before I leave, to honoring the ICF mission, and acknowledging that I've been a recipient of coaching. And I will just tell you from personal experience, to me, why is coaching important? By the way, I'm a poker player, and I love playing poker with professionals. So I think I probably want to make it come live in the context of a poker table, because just like in a sport, right? You've got players. On a poker table, you've got players, and it's all about other players, right? You pay attention to what they're doing, how they're thinking, how should you respond to them? et cetera, et cetera. You know what coaching teaches you? It teaches you to pay attention to the most important player, and that is you. So on that note, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anju. I would like you to please come back on the stage, and I would request Professor Atul Khosla, Vice Chancellor of University, to felicitate Ms. Anju. Can we please have a huge round of applause for both of them? Thank you so much. We now start with our first panel discussion of the day on the topic, Leaders as Coach, Shaping the Modern Workplace, exploring how adopting a coaching approach empowers leaders to foster a supportive, growth-oriented environment. To begin the discussion, let's welcome the session chair, Dr. Suresh Nanwani, professor in practice at Durham University. All right, I can see a lot of excitement. He's an accredited mediator with the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution, UK, specializing in international financial institutions, law, and economic development. For the panelists, I invite on stage Devi Prasad, CHRO, Apollo Health and Lifestyle. Mr. Devi Prasad is a chartered HR professional with over 19 years of experience in HR management across IT, retail, and healthcare in India and the UAE. May I please request for discipline, please? Next, for the panelists, we have Rajesh Ramakrishnan, advisory consultant and executive coach, ex-MD, Perfetti Mill, India. Rajesh, an ICF credited coach currently pursuing his PCC, has over 200 hours of formal and 10 years of informal coaching experience. Preeti Timelo, President Designate, the Fulfillment Institute, former Global Head of DEI, Culture Leadership and Coaching at TCS. Preeti Timelo is an organizational psychologist specializing in coaching, leadership, DEI, and culture. So let's give a huge round of applause for all of them. Also, if I may please request the students to maintain silence. So for the session chair, there is an announcement, Dr. Suresh Nanwani ji. We have 20 minutes for the panel discussion. Dr. Suresh. So we'll be having only 20 minutes for panel discussion. And if we have any question and answers due to time constraint, we'll be taking it during lunch break. So over to you, Dr. Suresh.
Thank you very much. I don't know your name, but thank you very much for introducing us. You know, we've got 20 minutes, so each clap is going to eat into the 20 minutes. Take pity on all of us, okay? Me and my fellow panelists. Now, without further ado, it's such an exciting opportunity. I'm timing to 20 minutes, so I've got it now as 5 minutes to 1. When 20 minutes is up, please, the lady who introduced us, you come and say stop. But you tell us to stop 3 minutes beforehand. Would you do that? Great. I'm going to be very timelined and time managing about this. Yeah.
My name is Nancy.
Nancy, thank you so much. Wonderful. Okay, my name is Suresh Nanwani. This is such a privilege for me to be here because I've been teaching here. I'm now looking at this wonderful audience and the organizers for this conference. Now, without further ado, I'm going to give 2 minutes. We've got people with us here, the three panelists, and I just want to make it formal because I think we're being recorded. So first, the topic is Leader as Coach, Shaping the Modern Workplace. I don't know, but you had a very long title. That's it. That's the title we have, yeah? Okay, now I have 3 panelists, Devi Prasad, CHRO, that's the Chief Human Relations Officer. I didn't know it, I had to check it, Google it. Apello Health and Lifestyle, that's on retail healthcare. Then we've got Rajesh Ramakrishnan, Advisory Consultant and Executive Coach, ex-MD Perfetti, Mel India, that's to do with confectionery. I didn't know it, I had to check it out. Then we've got next Preeti Di Mello, President Designate, the Fulfillment Institute. She's been introduced before, so she needs no further introduction, and myself. Okay, so we had actually 2 questions. We have, in the interest of time, we're just going to focus on the second question. And that second question is this, which is why, the second question is this, which is here, that I've got here, just a minute. It is, what recommendations do you have as leaders, as coaches, in shaping the modern workplace? So it's a what question. What recommendations do these esteemed panelists have for leaders as coaches in shaping the modern workplace? Each person will have 5 minutes. I'm going to timeline you. So go ahead, Devi.
Namaste and very good afternoon. This is not the Devi Prasad from Hera Fairy movie. This is the one who works with Apollo Health and Lifestyle. So just making it clear so that, can you give me a huge round of applause, though I know I have 5 minutes only. Look, I need this beforehand because afterwards there is no guarantee. Someone very knowledgeable once told me the best way to be part of a panel is to speak up, sit up, and very quickly wrap up. So what it means is it will have a good beginning, a very quick ending, and nothing in between. So exactly you know what you can expect from me. Now, since I'm in Himalayas of 4 lines, and thanks to Payal for inviting me, हर पर्वत पर मणि मानिक नहीं होते, हर पर्वत पर मणि मानिक नहीं होते, हर हाथी के माथे पर मुक्तामणि नहीं होते, हर जंगल में चंदन के पेड़ नहीं होते, और हर देश में शूलिनी यूनिवर्सिटी जैसे यूनिवर्सिटीज और स्टाफ्स ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स नहीं होते. Now coming back to the answer, because I know I have exactly less than 5 minutes now.
No, it's now actually 3.5
3.5 minutes. So
The floor is
So
yours.
the first one, let me tell you a quick short story and I'll try to give you the meaning. So there was a father and daughter and they were playing in the seashore. Suddenly a big wave came in and the daughter was around 8 years of age and she told the father, Papa, don't worry, you will not get drowned. And the father with a lot of curiosity said, how come beta? Because I am holding your hand. So it's all about the mindset. First thing is, do you have the right mindset in terms of ensuring that how do you cultivate a right mindset? Second part of the thing is I'm going to talk about is another short story. This is going to be, there's a person who was, boarding a cab and let's say it's Uber, for example. And when the passenger entered the car and, the ride started and they had to go, let's say from Shoolini to Chandigarh. And by the time the ride was getting ended, the driver told the passenger saying that, the customer rather, saying that, sir, can you please give a 5-star rating? And the customer, a lot of curiosity asked, why should I give you a 5-star rating? Otherwise the HR guys will put us back in the training room, right? So the second point, what I'm trying to highlight here is, how do we ensure that, we are able to facilitate cross-department collaboration for broader perspectives. Now, my third point is going to be on adaptability. Now, let me give you an example. What do I mean by that? Now, during the COVID time, there was a customer and there was a cleaner. So the cleaner used to clean the car of the customer. And suddenly one day he called him and told him that, sir, would you like to buy eggs and vegetables? So the customer told him, your core skill is cleaning the car. How
I'm
come
sorry to interrupt, Devi, just 1 minute. Thank you.
your core skill is cleaning the car? So how come you're talking about, selling vegetables and eggs? He says, my core skill is adaptability and flexibility, right? So what matters is, and the last point, and this is where I end. Let me tell you, all of you are movie buffers, so I'll take a quick example and I'll wrap it up. So if you have watched the movie Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge of Shah Rukh Khan, right? Which came, yeah, yes. So what was the movie message? Was one-liner, Jab tak Babuli nahi bolenge. So it was an era of approvals, right? Then exactly after 10 years, a movie came, right? Jab We Met. Let's first do it and experiment, then we'll regularize it. Exactly after 10 years, one more movie came, Luka Chippy, saying that let's first experiment it, let's see if it works out or not. So the way the society is changing, so are companies, so are industries. So we need to ensure that we're able to hone up our skills and face the challenge that is posed by the corporate world. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Rajesh. You've got 5 minutes, and thank you so much. I'll chip in as and when. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll take off from where he left off, which is that this world is an adaptable world where we need to quickly adapt ourselves. I had prepared something for 20 minutes, and then we are told that you have 5 minutes. So that's how the world is changing. Ms. Mook spoke about how the modern workplace is changing, and I think it's important to just pause for a second on what are some of the 2-3 challenges in the modern workplace. One, post-COVID is becoming hybrid. Some people love to come to office, some people don't want to come at all, and there are some in between. So how does a leader manage all the 3 sort of sub-segments? The second is multi-generational, and that's so true. We have in our office people who are 55, 60, sort of getting into close to retirement, to these young, bright-eyed 20-year-olds, and then there are a whole bunch of people in the middle. And all of them have different drivers, different motivators, different derailers. So how does a leader sort of flex his or her style by truly understanding the multi-generational context and then able to adapt himself or herself quickly? So that's the second kind of a problem. And the third thing is, today, the old world of command and control has gone. It's all about connect and collaborate. So in this context of building connections and collaborations, what really is the role of a leader, right? And I think that's where if a leader is also a coach, he or she is able to bring far more into their work than what it was in the past. So what are some of those qualities? Ability to listen. And not just listen, but listen with your full presence. Ability to be empathetic, authentic, vulnerable. And these are not just words. These are what actually makes today's leaders, because General Malik spoke about it, saying, am I able to look in the eye of the person and talk to him? Now that requires authenticity, right? Ms. Mook spoke about it in the sense of what is the role of a coach? A coach is really able to unlock potential for each and every employee so that they can actually, bring themselves to perform at their best. Now, these are skills that are required to be built in today's context of VUCA, Bani, and so on, which didn't exist many years ago. And that's where a leader as a coach also becomes super critical, right? So I just wanted to lay the context of what is different in today's workplace, which is different from what it was before. And therefore, how a leader needs to be far more, holistic and nurturing and caring in what they bring to the work. Actually, I shall also, in the true spirit of this, give my 1 minute to anybody else who wants to say something more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very generous. Judy, you have 6 minutes.
Well.
The floor is all yours,
So
Preeti.
the
Go
sense
ahead.
I'm getting is that we're doing a recap of the morning. And we're bringing to you what is potentially a refresher through Suresh. The idea of the what is actually a very critical idea. In more ways than one, especially when General Malik was speaking, I was thinking to myself, I'm an army girl, that I've grown up with this grand idea of strategic foresight. That incidentally is one of my titles at my current workplace as well. And what is strategic foresight? It's your ability to read the room. It's your ability to read the situation. It's your ability to take a step in the right direction. It's your ability to carry each other along. And Magda, Anju, Suresh, and General Malik have spoken about this at length. What is it that you can carry away with you today and put into practice? What does that look like? Because here's the deal. And I sit here looking at this room, feeling extremely excited for each one of you and thinking to myself, you're going to take the place that we have. You're going to be sitting here up on this dais and actually talking about how you've succeeded. The difference, though, is, and I can speak only for myself, I've learned by making mistakes. And I'm hoping that you will learn through our mistakes. That you won't necessarily say, all right, let me go fall on my face and then learn. I've done that. I've done all of that. So here are some recommendations. And I'll say it again. Read the unspoken energy in your environment, be it the person you're sitting next to, be it the team. And some people call this gut, incidentally. They call it intuition. They call this the ability to judge what's going on. I believe all of us have it to some extent, but it's also cultivated. Speak to doing good and be aligned to the higher order human purpose. You know, this idea of talking about others, and Anju said it so beautifully, talk to people, not about them. What is your higher purpose? Are you plugged into that? What does that look like? How can you engage with what is better in the world? How are you contributing every single day through every single conversation to making something just a wee bit better? And it might be incremental, but it's there. Be known as a leader who's available. And that is really predicated on a whole host of things. Availability is, I'll say this about General Malik. General Malik and my father are course mates through NDA, which means they were both 15 and a half years old when they went to NDA. I don't know if they were in touch, but I know this, that when General Malik became the chief of the army staff, my father and I were sitting and watching television. And he got teary-eyed. And I said this to General Malik this morning, and he said, this is a good, worthy leader. He's going to make things good for the world. He's going to make it work. Now, the impression of a young boy at 15 to 19 or whatever, 20, that was carried into his early 50s is something to be remembered, to say, what is it in our character that shows up? And that's what I mean when I say, be known as a leader who's available and readable. How you listen, how you communicate. Do you tell or you ask? How do you engage? Do your words and your delivery leave people inspired or people detached? When I'm speaking to a room, I'm watching how many people are on their phone. That gives me feedback on how I'm doing. Right now, none of you are, so it's good. How do you hold space? Are you able to hold multiple perspectives, disagreements without getting into a fight? Or can you use that messy situation to guide yourself? And how do you include? How do you include those who are different from you? And fact of the matter is, as the Chief Diversity Officer for TCS, I can say this with clarity. I'm, in fact, in just the process of moving on to another role. Every person is different. And the idea of diversity is not based on color and gender and sexual orientation and so on and so forth. We are all different. Are you able to engage? My most pertinent recommendation to you is get out of your own way. Learn how to navigate your mess, work with it. And I would say this with my commitment to how I grew up. I was brought up like a soldier, so I'd say this, lead like a soldier. One who honors those who he or she leads rather than self. I do believe that what we do as leaders is show up for others, and then self sort of is cultivated in the process. Leadership is a service, and leaders as coaches holds that awareness that we are vital to the process of change. So my recommendation to the back of the room that looks absolutely stunning is make this work for yourself. Do it for yourself. This is not about the rest of the world. This is not about making it big. This is about you showing up. I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much, fellow panelists. I'm just so proud of each and every one of you. I'm an ACC
He means
coach.
timekeeping. He says he's proud of our timekeeping.
No, all of you help. We are all in a team. So what I want to do now, we've just got 3 minutes left. As a good coach, like we all are, or we hope to be, we learn in the process. I want to recap because I'm recapping. So you've heard a lot of platitudes, a lot of things. Here goes, yeah? So Devi mindset, the anecdote about the papa and the child, the Uber cab anecdote he had, and then the last he had was adaptability. And bless you. For Rajesh, a hybrid adaptability. So you see the interconnectedness. This is wonderful. Different people, different strokes, yeah? You good? I wish I had my, no, bless you, of course. I wish I had my lozenges. I could offer it to you, but in the back there. And the next he said was connecting and collaborating. And the fourth was empathy. Pretty had a lot to say, and this is powerful strategic foresight. Learn from mistakes, learn through mistakes, and then read the unspoken narrative. Be aligned to higher order. I think, and that's the connectivity. And then I think what's wonderful because it got linked to Anju as well, you know, talk to people. So you see, there's a lot of connectivity here. And there's a potpourri, or let me put it in the Indian context, katamita. It's all there, yeah. Everything is there. You have the sweet, the sour, whatever it is, it's all there. And this is wonderful. And I want to just end it by saying 2 bits here. We are all, when we talk of leadership, I think the point was made, it's a service. Leadership is a service. And, you know, I want to go into Ubuntu teaching. That's African. That's okay. It's global. We're all global citizens. So Ubuntu teaching is expressed in this sentence. I am because we are. Just reflect that for your lunch. I am because we are. Now I want to translate it to this room. We are because we all are. We are because we all are. And I want to say, this is so wonderful because we've learned time management. We have learned everything to work as a team, each and everyone as a leader. You likewise, the back room, whatever that means, front room, back room, that's fine. We are all together in it. And on that note, I thank you. And Nancy, are you going to cut me off? Maybe 1 minute? Okay, no, I'm going to say thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Suresh Nanwani and all the panelists for such an amazing discussion. May I please request Professor Ashish Khosla to join them on the stage and felicitate the panelists. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all of them? Please maintain silence. Thank you, everyone. Though short, but an amazing session. Yeah, we can have group photograph.
Thank you.
So as we head for the inauguration and the lunch break, there are following important announcements. All the speakers, panelists, senior management are requested to move to the AI Tower for the inauguration of the Center for Leadership Coaching. After the inauguration, delegates will proceed to the faculty lab for lunch, while all other speakers and guests will move to chalet for their lunch. Your respective buddies will guide you to the appropriate venues. And for students, very, very important, no movement till the guests have left the venue. Please be seated. Thank you so much. The next session begins at 2:30. Students, to please remain seated. May I please request set of students who've just joined us, please note to keep your phones on silent mode. Please turn your phones to silent mode. I can see all of you. And please also note that during the sessions, there is no movement allowed. So due to a slight change in the sequence, we'll be shifting directly to panel discussion 3. And for that, I would like to invite on stage the session chair, Ms. Sushma Bantia. Ms. Sushma is a distinguished leadership coach, facilitator, training consultant, and author with over 45 years of international experience. This year, she was recognized as one of the 100 most impactful coaching leaders by the World HRD Congress. An ICF professional certified coach, she has dedicated over 25 years to people and leadership development, having trained more than 200,000 individuals, including senior management. She has been involved with Shoolini University's We Empower coaching program since its inception and serves on its advisory board. The topic of discussion is bridging the gap, leveraging industry academia partnerships to develop future leaders. On the panelist side, we have Dhananjay Singh, Director General, NHRDN. Mr. Dhananjay is a social worker and currently serves as Director General and National Board Member of the National HRD Network, the largest HR professional networks in India. He previously was Executive Director of NHRDN and worked with the All India Management Association. Second on panelist side, we have is Dr. Sachin Gulati. Dr. Sachin Gulati is currently Distinguished Practitioner Fellow at Thapar School of Management, Thapar University, Patiala. Through this role, he has contributed to the teaching and research in a broad array of subjects and topics in humanities, social sciences, future of work, and HRM in the world of Industry 4.0. Third joining us today is Shan Vats, Senior Practice Leader, HR Emphasis. Ms. Shan Vats is a human resource leader and global awards winner with expertise in recruitment, employer branding, and executive and life coaching. Recognized with the Best Manager Award, she is a program manager, keynote speaker, and motivational speaker. Last but not the least, Mr. Vishal Anand. Mr. Vishal Anand is the Pro-Chancellor and founder of Shoolini University and a graduate of Stanford University. As an entrepreneur and investor, he's driven by passion for creating social enterprise that promotes empowerment and community development. His journey began with the founding of Shoolini University at the age of 28. Join me in giving a grand applause to all these as they take over the stage. Over to you, the session chair. Also, informing the session chair that we have 25 minutes for discussion following the lead of Dr. Suresh Nanwani. And 5 minutes.
Come forward. Move a little forward, I think it'll be better. Yes, please, yeah,
And 5 minutes for the question and answer round. Okay, the students can please occupy the front seats. Come on, get up fast, yeah.
Nancy, did you say 25?
25 minutes for discussion.
And 5 minutes Q&A. Okay, great. We are the lucky ones. We actually get half an hour.
She doesn't have a bell, so you can go on.
So in fact, Sushma was planning to take the benchmark higher by telling us that you'll only have 2 minutes to speak. But I'm glad Nancy and Professor Suresh was kind enough to give us more time. Hopefully, we should be able to do justice to the time. And yeah, over to you, ma'am.
Yes, wonderful. So a very good afternoon to all our esteemed guests, panelists, and a totally engaged audience. What do you say?
Not sure after a heavy lunch.
Yes. All right.
Can we hear a good afternoon from you just to ensure your energy levels are up? We can't hear you, Baba. Can we hear a louder good afternoon, please? Still not up there. How's the Josh? Okay, at the count of 3. Good afternoon, everybody. 1, 2, 3, go. Much better. I think I've woken them up.
Thank you. Thank you, Shan. And this is exactly what you do, right? Okay, so I am very honored and privileged that I have such a diverse group of people on the stage with me right now. So we have Shan, who's from Infosys, the corporate environment. Then we have Sachin, Dr. Sachin, who does a lot of research. Then we have Dhananjay, who is from NHRD, a completely different perspective. Developing leaders is their motto. And then, of course, we have Vishal, who tell us from the academia side, and his vision, where he's actually seen some models working. And that, I think, would be great. When I was working in the corporate, people used to ask me to define myself. And I said, if you want the job done, come to me. I was a go-getter, getting results. And you'll see this happening even here, because what we're really going to get into discussions is there a gap? What is this gap about going into the future? What comes in the way of bridging this gap? Do we want to bridge this gap? And if we want to bridge this gap, what do we need to do? The do part was my favorite. Until I got my new avatar of coaching, where I ask a lot of questions and then help people to come up with their own set of action plans. So with that, am I really going to go to Shan first? Do you see a
5 minutes
bridge?
to speak?
Do you see a bridge? I think let's make it 2 minutes so we can have 2 rounds of questions.
Okay. So since this is a leadership coaching forum that we've convened on, let me begin with leadership first. So I'm doing my PhD, by the way, so I'm very much a student as much as I am a corporate. And just outside my department is written that leadership is like swimming. Leadership is like swimming. You can only learn it when you jump in the pool. So how much ever books you might read, the actual leadership will come when you're in the situation. Okay, that is number one. The number 2 thing that I want to speak about is teachers are like leaders. Teachers are like leaders. Teachers are leaders. You saw the kind of cheers Professor Suresh got, right? And he spoke the least in the last panel discussion, by the way. The very fact that he's impacted so many lives, speaks volumes about the kind of work that he does. So the teachers, and interestingly, I'm mother of 2 kids, and I also take some sessions quite often. Students don't learn by what we tell them. They learn best by observing. So as a teacher, you have to walk the talk. The third piece that I want to speak about is my own personal experience. I am, by the way, just to take you through my journey, my father was in the army. I was born in Srinagar, brought up in Delhi, Pune, and Chandigarh. I did my, BTech in IT from Pune University, a distinction holder, by the way. But soon I realized, the first day in my job, I realized that I was not cut out for a software job. I don't like desk job. I'm a people's person, and I like and I enjoy being with people. So very soon I realized HR is my passion. Okay, so that's when I went for my MBA. I did it from Symbiosis in HR and marketing. Interestingly, people laughed at me when I took HR and marketing as a specialization, but all that I knew was that I loved both the subjects. Okay, and I took it up. In the final year, interestingly, there were 2 scholarships given by Symbiosis International University, and I was one of the people who got that scholarship to do my second master's in UK, and I did it in international business. Studying international business in an international environment where, except my teacher and maybe a couple of other students, rest everybody was from different parts of the world, America, Africa, Asia, pretty much all the representation, Europe, everybody was represented there in the class of 60. So international business, studying in an environment like that made so much sense to me. The difference between the pedagogy of education there and here was that in India, I was overburdened with 17 subjects in one semester in Symbiosis. In UK, I had only 3 subjects and 3 hours of classroom teaching, 15 hours of self-learning, which was so ironical and different than what I was learning here in India. Interestingly, the assignment was more group-based, and they gave us, work projects which were more research-based. So that was the other part of it that I learned. Cutting the long story short, I came back to India. I, took up a job of sales with Airtel for some time. Sales job, by the way, although they are hated, but they are one of those jobs that makes you learn the most. I have done sales even in UK because I used to work part-time as a student there because you get 20 hours of, on student visa, you can work 20 hours officially. I got into Infosys. After 10 years of work, 2020, COVID happened. And in COVID, I was extremely stressed, both from professional side and personal side. Professional because the recruitment numbers were skyrocketing for IT companies. And personal side because I had two young kids. They had online classes. COVID happened, lockdown happened, no mates coming. It's a joint family. The Bahu of the house by default is the next arrangement for maid, unfortunately. But having said that, I was touching the boundaries of depression. My father, being a medico, even subscribed pills to me. But I realized this is not the way out. I came across this Facebook ad which said 499, join the 5 a.m. club and we'll change your life. Dr. Anamika Chauhan, pass out of IIT. I joined that 5 a.m. club and trust me on this, it changed my life. I've been into leadership and life coaching ever since, and I've invested a lot in my education, in educating myself for that. But what I'm trying to tell you here is the skills, I was a double master's, I'm doing my PhD. Despite that, I was not equipped enough to tackle my life. The skills that are required to tackle life are not taught in our education system. So the biggest gap is the life skills which are required for survival and after survival success are not taught in schools, which is so unfortunate. Cooking is seen as a taboo. Cooking is not only for women, by the way. It's a survival skill. Everybody should learn it. Okay, I'm digressing it from the topic, but I just want to tell you this, moving on, that in India, we are overqualified and underskilled. Overqualified, and just to take an example, in UK, the bank cashier is a 12th pass. In India, you have to have an MBA degree to sit in the bank. We are overqualified and underskilled. Please understand this. The next thing I want to tell you this is that, it's high time that the academia moves towards skill training rather than, we are sitting in a generation which is Instagram. Everything is instant, right? People don't have the patience to wait for 4 years to get a BTech degree. They need skills to do. Nowadays, unlike the time where we come from, everything is available on the internet. The best teachers, the best knowledge, summary of the books, everything is available on the internet. It's time that we skill people. And I was in very recent experience, I was invited for inauguration of Cafeteria. Hear me out. Cafeteria, this is the last thing I will be speaking, Sushma ma'am. Sorry for it, but let me just complete this. Cafeteria is a cafeteria, a bus-turent because it is run in a bus. It's an AC bus. It's a bus-turent which is run by deaf students. And these students have been trained by the IHM department of Maharishi Dayanand University for 6 months to run their own cafe. So we also have to be inclusive when we are skilling people to ensure that everybody is able to lead a life of respect. And the ultimate purpose of education is to basically get the person the skills to earn a living for themselves. And that is what we should be focused on. So I will leave you at that thought, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those wonderful comments and sharing. And definitely it brings out the fact that there is a gap. So if I were to ask you a close-ended question, is there a gap? No, आपके लिए?
Absolutely.
Okay, but thanks. Close-ended question. Okay, so now that we know and we identified that there is a gap, what are the other type of research? And we'd like to hear from Dr. Sachin Gulati to share his research. And I'm sure, Dr. Sachin, you're going to make it in such a way that we can all understand these wonderful figures and diagrams. Over to you.
Sure. So in full transparency, because Goddess Saraswati is here, a lot of kids have curiously looked at me and asked me a question. Research is my passion. but for my daily living, I do campus recruitment for American Express. That is why some people have said that they have seen me before. But we heard about media proliferation in the morning. What I am going to speak right now is purely my individual work and not the voice of my employer. I'm under oath to give this disclaimer before I start speaking. So what I'm trying to bring out here is work in progress. And hopefully I'll be able to draw home within the stipulated time. So at the top section of the slide, in 4 phases, what I have concluded is that, whatever good is happening here or around us, I relate it to entrepreneurship. And I'm lucky to sit with an entrepreneur who started at the age of 22. And we might be surprised to know, but there are actually 93 theories of entrepreneurship which are in existence. And through 1.5 years of literature review, I've brought the relevance down to 2 relevant theories, 93 to 11, then 11 to 4, and then 4 to 2. There's a lot of work and interview gone behind that. And let me draw some coincidences now on whatever has been happening since morning. So these 2 theories of entrepreneurship, which I find relevant and where I see leadership coaching playing a role, is generativity and effectuation, right? Generative AI is the buzzword on everybody's name. Everybody wants to join the bandwagon. You may be surprised to know, some of you may be, that the concept of generativity exists since 1950. A scientist by the name of Erickson who found it. And the core punchline which relates to generative AI is that generativity in its sense philosophically means amplifying whatever is in your means. That's what generativity means. That is why it is rhyming and going so well with AI. So on one side of this quadrant, you see aspects of generativity which are relevant in today's world. At the top is generative leadership. You have a BCG Institute focused totally on this topic. You have Google coming up with all kind of capabilities which will amplify the business further. On the bottom right quadrant, you see generative AI concepts, ChatGPT prompts. There is a little bit of industry perspective I brought out where India is going to be the GCC capital of the world. And we will have around 2,000 more GCC in the next 5 years is what industry is saying. Let's hold that for a moment. The second theory which I pondered upon is effectuation, where the real entrepreneurial sciences progress, where you have to start with whatever you have in hand. You have to mitigate the downside risk, do patchwork, build relationships, and get going. So the CLC itself is a perfect example of relationship building between NHRD and Shoolini, so many coaches, and trying to plug the gap. But right in the center is where I want to draw your attention. That to bring the generative elements and effectuation elements together, you need creative mindsets. And not I, but a Forbes article has said that 70% recruiters say creativity being the top skill. And the only one on United Nations list, perhaps, which until next 10 years will not be impacted by AI. In fact, the view is that creativity will control AI and its future growth. So I know I said a few divergent things, but the point I'm trying to draw home is that no researcher yet or no entrepreneurship theory yet have been able to plug the gap between process and technology. So effectuation is a process theory and generativity is a technology theory of entrepreneurship. And the gap is the leadership potential to see when to put process at the forefront or when to put technology at the forefront. And that is where I believe this leadership coaching, this experience-based coaching will develop leaders who will know the right call to be taken at the right time. The sustainability concept, which Magda, you brought out in the morning, is being augmented by institutions like United Nations Principle of Responsible Management Education. And I think Shoolini having focus on sustainability, a business school, a tech school, and what amazing coincidence. The tower at the ground floor of which the CLC is located is known as the AI tower, right? So we laid the foundation of this CLC at the ground floor of the AI tower, which again is an example that how leadership and I'm just using it as a light example, and AI have to go hand in hand. I'll give it back to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
To take more questions.
Thank you
later.
so much. Okay, I was intending to move on, but I think I'll just come back to you, both of you. And really, when I said, no, getting things done. So we say there is a gap. We would like to bridge the gap. I'm sure we're in agreement on that. I'm going to take it for granted. It would be nice to bridge this gap and have, do this leadership coaching and training and, have our young future leaders of India and the world all, right? Very, very nice. As a recruiter, what competencies do you really look for?
I'll give it to Shan because I'm not supposed to speak as a recruiter today.
Well, interestingly, if you look at it, as a recruiter, I would say 50% of it is technical skills and 50% would be soft skills. Okay. And the softer part of it, leadership is included as part of it. And so is communication. And communication is not just fluent English, by the way. I want to correct everybody because that's the impression that we carry. Communication at the end of it is whether you're able to get across your idea to the person you're speaking to.
Yeah.
Whether it is through body language, whether it is through sign language. The deaf area is run by deaf people and they're managing to earn a living for them. They do not speak. And yet they manage to do it with whatever ways they can. So communication at the end of it is whether you're able to put across your ideas to the other person and exchange thoughts in a healthy manner.
Thank you.
So those are the things that we look for.
Thanks. So recruiters are also looking at it. So that's a great thing to know because sometimes, placement officers say, no, this is how it is. And we've got this platform and there are so many other practical issues that keep coming up. So now I'm going to go to Dhananjay and with his vast experience of handling and talking to lots of leaders and CEOs being part of NHRD, what are the common problems or issues that you hear them speak about? How would they like this to be bridged and who would they expect to take that initiative to bridge it? Is it the academia? Is it the corporate or is it collaboration?
Thank you, Sushma. Thank you very much. And present here. So at the outset, I will request all of you to kindly put your hands together for Shoolini University and I for this question. Thank you for being here because that's the purpose because of which we are here today. Now coming to Sushma, the industry is paying for not bridging the gap. And the payment is not only in terms of money, but also it is in terms of unseen thoughts, emotions, stress, failures, which the organization and students who join, who are not ready for the industry, that's the biggest pain. So it's a real life problem. And when we recruit people and we invest 6 months, 1 year of industry time to train them, it costs a lot. And then rightly Shan said that someone is of X qualification, but do not have the skills to do the job of even the core level, then who is suffering? Whose dreams? What parents? What society? It's a larger problem. So first of all, we must accept that there is a gap. And the gap is because any organization which exists, it exists to serve the customers. The needs of the customers is served by the industry through manufacturing or services or hybrid. So the needs are changing very, very fast. But academics is a very regulated market. So your policy, by the time you change your policy in education, the needs have already changed. And that's why this gap is real. So no day is going to be there where we say that 100% bridging of the gap has happened. That's a lie. I have been on the policy body of All India Council for Technical Education, the curriculum which you read, the model curriculum. I've been part of National Education Policy, which every institution talk about. And we know that when we devise these policies, we know we have already missed the bus. Now, when you are talking about that, how do we bridge the gap? This can only happen by not blaming the academia or the industry, but by coming together. And that's what National HRD Network did. We said the first thing which we need to fix is the curriculum, please. Is the education, please. And if we have the right inputs from the industry, that what industry needs, then the grassroots upwards, we can think of better aligned education with the industry. So for now, I'll stop here and I'll hand over to.
Thank you so much. Over to Vishal. And it's really interesting that we know there's a gap and who should take the initiative. I personally, over these numerous years, have been involved in projects where the industry has taken that initiative. They have been involved with the companies like Infosys, which we had a Campus Connect. We were talking about it, Sean. Then there were other companies like ICICI Bank, which said there's a huge gap. And then they went and set up the Manipal Academy. So they invested so that they could get the type of trained people. However, having said that, it was still more in terms of what we were talking about in terms of training. It was, okay, do this job and how to do this job. How to be a better human being. Are you living a fulfilling life? Are you really in a leadership role? How well do you know yourself? At least in the initiatives that I was involved in, we didn't have any of that. And I'm going to invite Vishal because he's very excited to share about certain models that he has seen work, which are very similar to the Indian environment that we are all in. So over to you, Vishal, to share a working model and the excitement that you bring to this panel.
So I'll take the advantage of getting back on that side of the room and becoming 22 again. So when we were seeding Shoolini and we were on a sketchboard, I said, what's the reason to seed Shoolini? Why there's a reason to set up a research and education village in the Himalayas? And why do great universities exist? Why do great institutions exist? The idea was institutions transform the communities they are seated in. So if you want to transform the Himalayas, you need a great institution which is driven, which has an impact on the society it's a part of. And we said, how does that happen? Let's study some models. And I actually said that because we have to learn from the best. So we went down to the US, we didn't really go down, but we started marking on the US universities. And we could clearly see a correlation. That today the Silicon Valley is thanks to the complete Stanford and aligned institutional cluster that is there, which enabled great minds to solve people's problems. It was a clear example. And we said, wow. So what we should do is, when we seed Shoolini, we should have a clear focus that we need to enable industry around us because academia can't change anything. I'll just take a minute here and we did this exercise, maybe all of you can do, because I was in a similar frame of mind. Today, you guys come from various parts of the country and the world. Especially in India, you come from different cities like Kanpur, Delhi, Mumbai. You have great institutions there which you aspire to join. Through your career, you heard your cousin go or you heard your parents, And I would name the institutions because I respect the institutions, but these were institutions of national importance. And I don't need an answer, just think in your head, what impact did that institution make to your city or to your life in the last 20 years? And, if you really internalize it, there's a challenge. Where's the challenge? Because the onus is on academia and on industry. But there's a gap somewhere because we've not interacted. Because academia itself cannot implement change. It needs an implementation agent. And on the side of the industry, they're focused on P&L. As a CEO, I'm sure we have friends here, targets. Well, how do we close the year? How do we close the quarter? How do we close the month? That's the only conversation they're having. So they have very little focus on how to move the resources out to actually enable new engaging products, patents, IP. How many of you, if I ask you today, and I'll take you another dimension, this was US. So we then studied a very similar model, which is South Korea. South Korea, if you go back 4 decades, was actually very similar to India. They were dependent on basic food requirements also with the US. So they used to get the red wheat, stand in queues for maize, and, have the rationing system. And, basic food was a survival matrix. But today, there's 6x of Indian economy. 6x. What changed in that country? It was similar to us. It was a much smaller country, had other challenges because Japan was a challenge for them. China was a challenge for them. What transformed them? And we started studying that model. Very interestingly, the leadership there thought a little more deeper than just making it transactional. They said, okay, our institution is there. We just don't want a training from institution. We just don't want industry to go in and say, okay, we'll take up 6 months of your time and we'll train you. So you're trained when you come in, because again, it's transaction. What the government did there is they said that every corporate that exists in that country contributes a certain percentage of its profit towards research fund, towards the universities of certain importance or which were a certain depth. Now, what that did, it's very interesting. What happens in India is we get research grants, and we do get research grants even at Shoolini, but there's no ask rate. As soon as Infosys, American Express or, TCS gives me some grant, the CEO is going to ask me every quarter. He's going to call me to his office and tell me, Mr. Anand, what happened? But how that transforms into technology and new patents and new IP. Over the years, they invested. So what South Korea did, they invest 5% of their GDP to their corporates purely in research over the last 40 years. And I'll just do a raise of hands. How many of you use a Korean product today? I'll just name few: Samsung, Hyundai, LG. So are you Koreans? How many of you remember a hoarding or an ad immediately that comes to your mind, which is an Indian IP product, which is owned by India, the research? Can you think of some? Very few. So that's where, and so amazing that Japan was like the US to Korea at that point in time. Today, Japan is far behind Korea in their output of research, patents, and the industry academia. So what I personally believe, and we are working towards it. So Shoolini is working towards developing a very strong research. It already has one of the best research in the country. But now we are seeking deeper partnerships with industry. I'm sure my friends there from the industry will help us to actually take this forward to generational wealth for India. And that's where, the classroom will change. Because if you guys sitting here, I'll just give you another perspective. I'll just take a minute more. Is that okay? So, yeah, because time, I hope the time is okay. I don't know. Okay, so I'll give it back to her. I will not. Oh yeah. Sorry. No. So the last point. See, if I'm a CEO, just think with another perspective. And I sit on the industry side also. I lead a couple of companies. If I'm given an option that I have 20 most talented souls, free of cost or at a marginal cost, solve the most unique problems in a creative, artisty way, will I invest in or not? It's just that how we present. Another thought which comes through this is, why any student fee? Actually, the industry should pay for them because they're the most talented people and the most updated people we have within our demography. So with that, I'll close my thoughts. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much. And I'm sure it's been an enriching and enlightening experience and, information. Now I'm just going to put on a coach's hat. And as coaches, we always say, what's that one little change that you're going to make until the next time that we meet? And I'm going to really ask this question to each and every one of us. Can we be the change we want to see? So whether you're a student, an entrepreneur, from the corporate or from academia, what is that one step that you can take today to bridge this gap, which we all know is there, and it's essential for us to bridge it, to take not only ourselves, but our country forward?
You're supposed to answer.
Okay, so I'll take it as a question and answer round due to time constraints. You can answer that. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. So the one change before we meet next, if CLC, Shoolini, and ICF launch a leadership coaching course, I'll join that. Yes. So that's the change. That's the change I'll do.
Interestingly, I want to share this. I'm a recruiter, and most of the colleges I observe. I'm also a very good observer, and the learning that you have from observation is far better than what you learn in classrooms. And I've seen different models work. The best model that works is when you partner with the industry, not in the final year. You don't start training students in final year. From the first year itself, you get the requirement and partner with the industry right from the and Campus Connect program was just trying to do that. What the example she took from Infosys, through Campus Connect partner program, we were just trying to do that we were trying to get, pass on the requirements or pass on the knowledge of the industry to the academia right from the beginning itself, instead of expecting them to crack the exam after 4 years of, going through their course. So that marriage, I would not call it partnership, I would say marriage has to happen right at the beginning. Let's not have a 4-year courtship period and then decide whether or not we're through or no.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. And
I think students should be also allowed to ask questions.
In 30 seconds, I will say that one change, and this is for students, somebody is paying for your time here. It may be you, it may be your parents, it may be the loan which you have taken from the bank. Change that industry should pay for your time in their company. Thank you.
One action point is that I like to see CLC as actually a national leader in transforming this, agenda that we have. So over to CLC now for next year.
And I'm very much part of CLC, so that's my action point.
So as much as I would love to have questions from the audience, but due to time constraint, I wouldn't be able to take that. I'm so sorry for that. Thank you everybody for such an amazing discussion. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all of them? I request everyone to please stay back. Mr. Vishal Anand, I request you to please felicitate the guests. Volunteers to please quickly come up on the stage. Can we please have again a huge round of applause for all of them?
You want to come ahead? You'll get your share. You'll turn this side. Yeah. Can I? Check. You can stay with the photo. Take a photo. Yeah, we'll take a group photo. Thank you so much.
Painting, I was worried. I was more concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So moving on to our...
I don't know if you noticed, but Sushma is in tricolors today.
So moving on to our next panel discussion, navigating leadership, coaching in hierarchical organizations. And for that, I would like to invite on stage the session chair, Dr. Sunil Rai. Dr. Sunil Rai is the Chancellor of the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. With 45 years of experience, including 22 years in academia, 21 years with the Indian Navy, and 2 years in the corporate sector. Before his role at UPES, He served as Vice Chancellor at UPES, Dehradun, MIT Arts, Design and Technology University, Pune, and Kaziranga University, Joharat. As panelist, I would like to invite on stage Lieutenant General KJS Dhelo, PVSM, UYSM, YSM, VSM. General KJS Dhelo, decorated with multiple medals, was commissioned into the Rajputana Rifles in 1983. With nearly 40 years of service, he has held key roles in combat zones and senior administrative positions, including commanding the 15 Corps during critical events in Kashmir. Second we have is Dr. VP Singh, advisor and distinguished professor. Dr. Singh, a distinguished academic and professional, is advisor and distinguished professor at Jaipuria Institute of Management and Sri M.R. Jaipuria Schools. The third on panelist we have is Brigadier S.D. Mehta, SM Director Operation, Shoolini University. Brigadier S.D. Mehta, an esteemed Army veteran, served in the Indian Army for 36 years, gaining extensive operational staff, administrative, and instructional experience. So join me again in giving a huge round of applause to all of them on stage. Again, a gentle reminder to the session chair, we have 25 minutes for the panel discussion, followed by 5 minutes for the question and answer round.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon. What a lovely event we are having so far. Enriching discussions this morning, very enlightening panel discussions, and we learned all about coaching from ICF and also from the other panels where General Saab was himself here. So a lot of questions as regards to coaching, why coaching, what is coaching, how it is to be affected, and the need and the changing world and so on and so forth have been discussed amply. So we in this panel are trying to just build on what has been happening so far in the morning. What I would do is we had done some kind of planning here that we will have some opening remark by me, and then I will be requesting all the panel members here to kindly share their views for 5 minutes each. That will complete our 20 minutes. And then we will go around in second for discussing whatever remains comes out of the discussions. And that's the agenda and the format that we are going to follow. Now, I have my own take on coaching. Firstly, I think we are convinced that coaching is required for everyone. At every stage, the topic has been given is nurturing leadership in hierarchical organizations. And what I have learned since morning about coaching is that coaching is required by everyone at every stage, irrespective of whatever I heard during lunch. There was a coaching sessions for parents. There are coaching sessions for school teachers, for corporate leaders, and of course, for the young leaders who are sitting here in this hall today. So coaching is required for everyone. So the only hierarchy I understand in coaching is one who wants to be coached and the other who can provide that. So that's the only hierarchy. Hierarchy is not positional hierarchy, as most of the time people think that there are 3 defense officers sitting here in the panel, and people think that defense forces are very hierarchical kind of organizations, but the kind of participativeness, and General Saab did mention that what happens in the defense forces. So all of us, including the general here and the Brigadier Saab and myself, the commander of the Indian Navy, when we went to our respective academies, we have all been trained by people who eventually we go and lead. All of us have been taught how to walk, how to take on, do weapon training, etc., by people who have been junior to us eventually. So there's no hierarchy. So I just wanted to break that myth when we are discussing that we are not talking of hierarchy in that sense. The only hierarchy is I want to be coached and there is somebody who can coach me. Now, in this, there is one observation. that as we have the requirement for coaches and lot has been discussed about it in the morning, there is also a word about the coachees themselves. I think in this intersection, in this relationship, to me, it is the coachee who is more important than the coach. And that was said in the morning, that all of you are the center of attraction yourself. The confidence which the lady talked about, that you have to have it in you. And just by an anecdote, all the youngsters will understand. I'm talking about three names. One is Shri Achrekar, Sachin Tendulkar, and Vinod Kambli. All of us know. I'm talking to Sachin Tendulkar, the greatest cricketer that the India produced. Vinod Kambli, who everybody says that was much more talented, had much more potential than Sachin Tendulkar. But eventually, who came to limelight was Sachin Tendulkar and not Vinod Kambli. That was mainly because that coachee, Sachin Tendulkar, had put his money on himself. And he said, I would need to be coached and I will become the best in the world. So all of you, if you bring that attention in yourself to become that kind of a coachee, the coaching program will work. We have here at Shoolini started today one of India's first coaching center, and all of you are getting the advantage of it. So become Sachin Tendulkars is my request to you. All of you are Sachin Tendulkars, all of you are world beaters. So please acknowledge yourself. And now that we will have the International Coaching Center here at Shoolini, here is an opportunity for all the faculty colleagues of mine here to become good coaches. We all have to become good coaches. And a good coach is the one who identifies a Sachin Tendulkar in a person. Achrekar identified a Sachin Tendulkar in Sachin Tendulkar and knew that he will become the best batsman in the world. Guru Dronacharya identified Arjun that he will become the best archer in the world. As coaches, as teachers, we have to develop that competency, that distinction that we can identify the world beaters. So these are a few things that I wanted to put. And finally, the three aspects I learned today about the coaching is, one is understanding the context. Second one is connect. And third one is collaborate. Context understanding is very, very important. For what, for whom, why? Just now it was mentioned by the co-founder that they wanted to make a difference to the society in Himalayas. So we need to understand the context as to it is for whom, why, what impact. If it has not brought about an impact, something is lacking somewhere in the exercise. So let's understand the context, the environment, socio-political, economical, relations of people, society, and context is a large word. The second one is connect. Coaching is a matter of relationship, as we heard since morning. There is a connect happens between the coachee and the coach. And it goes beyond the formal connect. It is that emotional connect that takes place without disturbing somebody's emotions is something which is important. So second one is to establish that connect. And finally, if this is done, context is understood, connection is made, collaborate. Collaborate to be, so to ensure that this coaching exercise follows in a befitting manner and actually makes a difference. So with this kind of few remarks, I will be opening the discussions to the panel. I'll request that you please take 5 minutes, give your viewpoint on nurturing leadership. I have just requesting the panel here that the three aspects we may like to explore: before, during, and after. Before we start coaching, how do we prepare the environment for coaching? The second one is during the coaching process, how do we manage the coaching process? And finally, after the coaching is over, how do we measure that have we done a good job? Because what gets measured gets done. So how do we measure coaching effectiveness? Did we do a good job? So these are three things that we could possibly lay our thoughts on. I will start with Dr. VP Singh sir.
So let me begin by something very basic. Since morning, we had a lot of discussion around coaching and various things. We also, Professor Roy talked about hierarchy. Let us try to understand, appreciate the fact that we live in a world which is unequal. Hierarchy is connotation of inequality. We live in a world of inequality. And I will encourage you to go to YouTube and watch a lecture of Abhijit Banerjee, who got Nobel Prize in Economics, Indian. He was addressing World Economic Forum in Korea. Korea was discussed a little while ago. And he shared, based on his research, that during the last 30 years, we have become unequal. Inequality has increased big time, substantially. Rich has become richer, poor have become poorer. Why am I talking about it? Why I'm talking about it? Because when we see this in organizations also we see inequality. Not only inequality of compensation, but power sharing also. So yesterday I asked a young friend of mine that kindly share with me who is the highest paid CEO. I'm sure you can guess. Elon Musk. How much he takes home? Any idea? $23.5 billion. I asked him, who is the Indian CEO? Who is the highest paid? Not family member, not Mukesh Ambani, not Kumar Mangalam Birla. I was told that it is a gentleman called Ravi Singhreti or something like that, who is the CEO of an organization called Cognizant, if I remember correctly. And he takes home 186 crore annually. So we live in organizations which is so unequal. Unequal in terms of compensation and unequal in terms of power sharing also. Coaching is something which, to a very large extent, directly, indirectly, helps organization to become a lot more equal. Because this provides an opportunity for everyone in the organization that he or she can participate in the success story of the organization. 2 months back, I'm sure you have read in the newspaper that a very young 26-year-old chartered accountant from Ernst & Young, Anna Sebastian, she committed suicide. Why? She committed suicide primarily because there was so much of work pressure. There was so much of, kind of unequal power sharing, unprecedented demands. And then the corporate leaders are talking about that it is very important that people in Cognizant, Young should be made, the leaders should get into the coaching mode, whereby they take care of mental well-being. Mental health is a big time challenge. So because, and Abhijit Banerjee says that the world will continue to be unequal. And I strongly see a connect between what he's saying and what we have on this stage. Leadership coaching is very important to bring and usher a world which is a little less unequal, where people get an opportunity to do something whereby they not only add value to the organization, but also to themselves. I also see that coaches, teachers, mentors are often kind of we are overlapping. Teachers speak a lot. Coaches don't speak. They listen a lot. That's a big difference. Coaches, through listening and through powerful questioning, they help the coachee to resolve their challenges and problems. All of us from India, we all know the story of Hanuman and Jamavant. Hanuman, being so powerful, although he had every capabilities, but somewhere he doubted himself. And Jamavant was the coach who helped him to understand that he is competent and powerful enough to cross this ocean on his own. And if you remember your Hanuman Chalisa, you will recall what Hanuman Chalisa says. Prabhu mudrika meli mukh mahi jaladi lang gaye acharaj nahi. Beautiful. Durgam kaj jagat te jete sugam anugrah tumre tete. This is what coach does. This is what coach does. And that's what we need to understand, that we have to bring about that circumstances and situations. And the fact is, as Abhijit Banerjee was talking about, that there is so much of pain in the society. There is so much of angst in the organization. बहुत पीड़ा हो गई है, बहुत दर्द हो गए हैं, और एना सेबेस्टियन जैसी लड़कियां सुसाइड कर रही हैं. अब टाइम आ रहा है कि कुछ और किया जाए. और चूंकि हम लोग हिमाचल में हैं, मुझे एक कविता याद आ रही है. With due respect to my friends who do not understand Hindi, but let me recite a Hindi poem. And it's a beautiful poem. This poem says, हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए. हो गई है पीर, पीड़ा. Organizations में बहुत पीड़ा है. ये पिघलना चाहिए. और वहां पे कोचिंग आता है. हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए. इस हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए. आज ये दीवार पर्दों की तरह हिलने लगी. ये जो वो दीवार पे जो लिखा है, सेंटर ऑफ लीडरशिप कोचिंग, इट इज क्रिएटिंग ए रिपल. आज ये दीवार जो पर्दों की तरह हिलने लगी, शर्त लेकिन थी कि बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए. बुनियाद हिलाने की जरूरत है. और इसीलिए जरूरी है कि लीडरशिप कोचिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज में आए. And I'm so happy that Shoolini has taken that leadership role. And I have worked in corporate for about 40 years. Last 6 years, I'm into academic world. And we are teaching our teachers to move from teaching to coaching and mentoring. Why? Because knowledge is already available. You don't need a teacher for knowledge. कोई जरूरत नहीं है. आप www में जाइए ना, आपके पास सारा ही knowledge है. You need a coach. You need somebody who can hold your hand. You need somebody who is your Jamon. And that is where it is becoming extremely important. And the teachers must move, as a matter of fact, in times to come, into coaching and mentoring. So this is my initial comment. Maybe later on, if we have time, we'll talk about, because there has to be a purity around coaching also. We can play a little bit here and there, but nonetheless, the standard operating processes have to be followed. Trust has to be created. Transparency has to be into this process. And more importantly, in coaching, we have to ensure that we evoke awareness. We make our coaches, our students, that all of you are Hanuman. You are Hanuman. And lastly, but not the least, before we came here, Atul Khosla was sharing that Shoolini is one university which is very sensitive to the fact that it provides platform whereby people from disadvantaged or disenfranchised background can also get an opportunity to get elite education. And Abhijit Banerjee was talking that elite education, good education, is not available to common people. And that's happening in Shoolini, and I'm very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. What wonderful thoughts. So we got a lot of Hanumans already here, sir. All Hanumans are here. The teachers have to become the Jamvant. And Shoolini has already created the Gangotri from where this Ganga will come, which will convert the teachers into coaches. Thank you very much. I'll now request General Dhillon sir to please present his views on how to identify, nurture leaders and your experiences on coaching, sir.
Thank you, sir. Start straight away. What do you think is a leader? What is the difference between a leader and a manager? Most of the times we confuse between a leader and a manager, and this is the chapter I was writing yesterday about my next book. Leader leads, leader inspires, leader motivates humans. Manager supervises works. Leaders own up your mistakes. Managers find your mistakes. Leaders pull. Managers push you. Leaders inspire you. Managers will publicly at times humiliate you. So be a leader, don't be a manager. And are leaders born? Can leaders be trained or coached? What happens? Leaders emerge. If leaders were born, Mr. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi's son would have been a leader. And if leaders were trained, everyone of Harvard or whatever university you have, everyone would have come out leader. I would, go further on how leaders are born, trained. NDA, a 17-year-old boy joins NDA, 3 of us from the uniform sitting here. Today the girls are also joining. You know what is NDA called? It's called Cradle for Leadership. झूलना जिसमें बच्चे को डाला जाता है, 17-year-old boy, and they are not trained to be commanding the army or commanding the air force or the navy. They are only trained to just become a good soldier. Hierarchical organization. And subsequently, when he goes to his unit, he goes for young officers course. There he is trained to just command 20, 30 odd men. Then he goes for junior command course. He is only trained to command about 100 odd men. Then senior command course about 800 men. Then higher command course about 2,000 men. Then National Defense College, say about 20,000 men. So this is how training is. There is no beginning to the training. There is no end to the training. Like the question asked was, yes, you have to select people based on their aptitude so that they can be trained for a particular role. The training must be culminated in the end state which we want to achieve. Every training capsule, every training schedule must have an aim, must have an end state. The training, standards we want to achieve. Indian Army always has that before the training starts. When the training ends, we are tested in it and we are graded. Without grading, as was told by sir, training of no use. I go for a training on, say, driving and maintenance. I come back being graded the third, lowest. I go for weapons training. I come back graded the highest and also recommended to be instructor. My commanding officer would find me suitable to put me as weapon training instructor or weapon training officer in charge. And he will not put me in the mechanical transport where look after the automobiles, because I've been graded Charlie in that. Here I've been graded Alpha. Coming back to where leaders emerge. How leaders emerge? Leaders emerge from difficult situations. Giving you an example, there is a young boy of 18, 20 years of age lying injured on the roadside, a motorbike accident. There are 100 people standing around him. Those 100 people come from different age groups, different genders, different economic backgrounds, different educational backgrounds, different regional backgrounds, different linguistic backgrounds. What happens? No one moves forward. A young girl of 17 years of age steps forward, picks up this injured man, puts him in an auto, takes him to the hospital. This young girl of 17 years of age has emerged as a leader from that group. Situations make leaders. Difficult the situation, better the leaders. And how do leaders show their commitment? There's a word, shiddat. Kuch bhi karo, shiddat se karo, you will emerge winner. I was talking in Gujarat University. a girl asked me a question. Sir, what are the challenges in army as a job? My reply was, ma'am, I will have to translate later. My reply was, आर्मी एक जॉब नहीं है, आर्मी एक मोहब्बत है. आर्मी एक जॉब नहीं है, आर्मी एक मोहब्बत है, और मोहब्बत में चैलेंजेस नहीं होते, मोहब्बत में अफसाने होते हैं. So, whatever you do, be in love with that thing. मोहब्बत करो अपने काम से, मोहब्बत करो अपने सब्जेक्ट से, मोहब्बत करो अपनी क्लास से, मोहब्बत करो अपने जॉब से. The day you don't fall in love with the job, chuck it. Job doesn't deserve you, you don't deserve the job. जिस दिन आपकी मोहब्बत खत्म होगी, that place is not worth being there. And coming back to the question of training, the training is something which is never ending. In army, we say defense is never complete. Training is never ending, but one thing is clear. जितना तपता है सोना, उतना आता है निखार. More you train, better person you become, if not the leader. If you're a better person, you are definitely a better leader. And in the end, I will finish within my time, I suppose, by only saying, be a leader, don't be a manager. Thank you.
What a wonderful thought. You all young leaders, I will not call you managers, you all young leaders sitting here. आज आपको इश्क की सही डेफिनेशन जनरल साहब ने समझा दी है. इश्क करना है तो किससे करना है, बाकी वाला भी कर लेना, उसमें कोई मनाही नहीं है. तो जनरल साहब ने कहा fall in love with you want to do and what you want to achieve, and you will achieve. So we heard, that it's all possible. There is continuous training, coaching now that we have added, and Singh sir had already talked about that being realizing your own potential. Now, all this has happened. I would now turn to Brigadier Mehta and request him to throw light on his experiences on leadership, nurturing leadership. And how do we say that, sir had given his definition, but how do we say that a leader has emerged?
First of all, I would like to tell you that I am on test here. Because all that clapping, people just want to see how I speak. So will they feel proud of it? So would they be proud of me or would they laugh at me? So let's see by the time I finish how it ends up. Okay. So first I'll touch a bit on coaching, of what I perceived or perceive of coaching. Actually, I knew nothing about coaching. The only coaches I knew were coaches in the sports field. My wife, who still continues to be my coach, and the lady here. She is my third coach. Well, she came in later. So when Payal joined the university and she started this program here, she introduced us, most of us, to this world of coaching. I still remain very confused. I said, what is coaching? It is mentoring, it's tutoring. She said, no, it's different. There were a lot of doubts in the mind I could understand. So I went through a process of coaching. I was a very disciplined coachee. 6 sittings over 13 weeks, and my coach was very happy. But now when I think about it, did I require it? Yes. Was I prepared for it? No. Did I gain lots, or did I gain what I wanted? Partially. So where was the fault? The coach put in his everything. The fault was, firstly, I was not prepared. Secondly, my responses were not what should have been to benefit completely. However, over a period of time, I realized, now, this is my first response. Over a period of time, I realized that no, certain changes have come in, which possibly in my subconscious, the coach has planted certain messages in my mind, opened certain doors which I was not very aware of. And over a period of time, I have seen a change in behavior of myself. I've not asked anybody. I've not asked any assessment of anybody, but I am doing my own self-assessment. So I do feel that there is some change which has come. Now, when I relate to my 36 years of service in the Indian Army, or when I was a student like you, and I think if only I had some soundboard like a coach who could draw out from within me what this present coach did, then would I have been a better person, leave alone a successful leader or whatever? Would I have been a more successful person, a better person? Possibly, yes. I see there were certain opportunities came in my life. There was a challenging path. There was an easy path. The easy path was something I knew. And when I look back and I see I took the easy path, and that is where I faulted. Because that easy path everybody takes. Everybody knows. The challenging path is people don't take, but somebody who takes the challenge proves himself. He may fail. He may not succeed 100%, but he may succeed 70%. But that is the person who stands out. So do you want to stand out in the crowd? So if you want to stand out in the crowd, accept challenges. When you are not clear in your mind, it looks risky. If that risk will do no harm to you, no harm to anybody else, there's certainly going to be benefits. So go in for those risks. Exhaust yourself, tire yourself. Take yourself to the extreme limits. We in the army are put through a commando course. I was 53 kgs when I got commissioned from the academy. I am now 73, so I put on 20. So you can imagine at 53 what I look like. Very light on my feet. The structure was not heavy, so everybody used to underestimate me. Physically, I was strong. So I'll just tell you, commandos, the extreme is 40 kilometers over 6 hours with 23 kgs on you and a bottle of water. We did it. Would you imagine to do it presently? And those days, you never had so many marathons and people going to gyms, etc., etc. So you realized your body's potential. Not only your body's potential, it's the training of your mind too. So there is your potential is unending. But do you want to try it? So if you are trained, if you plan, things certainly will go your way. And not only me, so many more who are either stronger physically or weaker physically than me, we all go through that. And then the confidence that you get, the confidence about which Anju was speaking in the morning, you were not here. One of the speakers was talking about confidence and the lack of confidence which stops you from succeeding. So that confidence which you get makes you prove to the others where they are not convinced, you manage to convince them with confidence. Then they will trust you. Even if you are not convinced, but you give it with confidence, the other person gets convinced about it. You can stand in front of a crowd and you can stand and speak out your heart and you can convince them. You can only do it if you have the knowledge, if you are trained, and if you are confident. I think I have spoken more in my time.
I think they should clap now.
I never realized.
Thank
you.
Nancy, we'll have another 2 minutes. Okay, fine. So this, or rather 4 minutes. Dil mange more. 4 isliye bola. Now we will have just one rapid fire or quick round of 1 minute each. I'll give 1 minute each to each of the panel member and requesting them एक line जो आप बच्चों को कहेंगे to be a good leader and एक line जो आप faculty को कहेंगे to be a good coach. Now we will not stop talking of teachers. We will talk of coach leaders and coaches. 1 line for these leaders sitting at the back and one line for the coaches in the faculty. Dr. Singh, sir.
So I'll encourage all students to look at coach as your friend, as your companion. Also keep in mind that only successful people have coach. Unsuccessful people do not have coach. Those who play cricket in the gully, they don't have coach. Sachin Tendulkar will have coach. Roger Federer will have coach. Djokovic will have coach. And they will pay big time money. अब ये हमारी भ्रांतियां हैं कि कोच का मतलब है ना कि मेरे अंदर कमी नहीं है। भाई साहब, आपको कोच इसलिए चाहिए कि आपको समुद्र लांघना है। तो इसको पहले पकड़िए इस चीज को, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, आप कोचिंग किस चीज के करवाएंगे? तो दैट क्लैरिटी ऑल्सो यू शुड हैव। आपके 4 इंटेलिजेंस है, फिजिकल इंटेलिजेंस, मेंटल इंटेलिजेंस, इमोशनल और स्पिरिचुअल। आप देखिए कि आपको किस चीज में कहाँ जरूरत है। आप एक साइकोमेट्रिक टेस्ट करवा सकते हैं जिसके माध्यम से आपको ये पता चलेगा कि आपकी अपॉर्चुनिटी एरियाज कहाँ हैं, और वो कोच के पास लेके जाइए और उस पर कोचिंग आप लीजिए। और कोच वो होना चाहिए जो कि सर्टिफाइड हो, जिसको अपने विषय का ज्ञान हो, वो रैम्बल नहीं करता हो, सुनता ज्यादा हो, बोलता कम हो। टीचर की जरूरत नहीं है आपको, कोच की जरूरत है। अब जहां तक टीचर की जरूरत है, ऑब्वियस है कि आपको तो कोचिंग का सर्टिफिकेशन लेना पड़ेगा। अब तो आ गई है, पायल लेके आई है ये तो सेंटर ऑफ लीडरशिप कोचिंग। तो जितने भी फैकल्टी हैं तो कंपलसरी होना चाहिए कि भाई साहब आपको एसीसी तो होना ही है। हाँ, तो वो बहुत जरूरी है, उसके बिना काम नहीं है। सारे प्रोफेसर्स को अगले 2 साल में एसीसी होना है। That's how you take leadership role, and your Shoolini has done that job.
Great.
So that's
a nice summary, sir. General Saab, General Saab. So one line,
Okay.
sir, for the leader.
One, I will finish in half.
No, one line for the leaders and one for the faculty.
Okay, for student, half a line. Never ever give up. Failure is part of success. For the teachers, remember, वो जो कुम्हार होता है जो मिट्टी के बर्तन बनाता है, जो मिट्टी के खिलौने बनाता है, जो मिट्टी की मूर्ति बनाता है, मिट्टी तो मिट्टी है, वो आपके पाँव के नीचे भी हो सकती है। उसी मिट्टी को कुम्हार जब हाथ लगाता है तो वो मिट्टी एक बच्चे के खुश होने का कारण बन जाती है, खिलौना बन जाती है।
Wonderful.
वही मिट्टी मूर्ति बन के मंदिर में लग जाती है, लोग माथा टेकते हैं। टीचर इज दैट कुम्हार।
Wonderful.
And a raw student is that मिट्टी। तो कुम्हार जब मिट्टी को हाथ लगाता है, that is what teacher's job is. All the very best to you. Thank you.
Brigadier sir.
So I'll be very even shorter. So for students, sky is the limit. That should be your motto.
Wonderful.
And for teachers, please help them
Reach that
get
sky.
there. Thank you.
I think please join me in acknowledging what a wonderful discussion we have had. From my side, I just join them and ditto everything for all the students, but only one thing, the coach will be as effective as will be your keen submission to the coach. Unquestioned submission to the coach is something which will take you the distance. And coach, connect and love, as sir ने कहा, वो आपको कुम्हार बनना है, जो ये तो सारी की सारी मूर्तियां हैं जो एक दिन पूजी ही जाएंगी. With that, I will close and thank you very much for this wonderful discussion.
So, well, the young gentleman that you see here. Okay, you want to add it?
तो जो कविता मैंने आपको सुनाई थी वो एक हिंदी के कवि हैं, दुष्यंत कुमार। गूगल सर्च कीजिएगा, इसको देखिएगा, पढ़िएगा। तो ये बहुत लंबी कविता नहीं है, नज्म है। नज्म और गज़ल में फ़र्क होती है, थोड़ा समझने की भी कोशिश कीजिए। ये नज्म है। नज्म में 2-3 लाइनें और हैं, इसको कंप्लीट कर देता हूँ ताकि चीज़ आपके बिल्कुल ही क्लैरिटी में आ जाए। दुष्यंत कुमार कहते हैं, आज ये जो बात हो रही है, हम लोग कोई हंगामा करने नहीं आए। ये जो कोचिंग की बात हो रही है ना, हंगामा, स्कैंडल, या मतलब सेंसेशनलाइज करने की बात नहीं हो रही। ये रियलिटी है, ये होने वाला है, ये होगा। सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं। सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सारी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए। मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी, पर आग लगनी चाहिए। और जनरल साहब जैसे लीडर, कोच, मेंटर, सारा समावेश इनका है, इसके सामने तो आगे कुछ बात करने की है ही नहीं। थैंक यू।
So the young gentlemen that you see, they have finished up finally their session. And let me tell you, sir, it was an amazing session. So can we please have a huge round of applause once again for all of them? I would now request Brigadier Mehta to felicitate the panelists as well as the session chair. Students are not allowed to move. Strictly no movements, please. No, there were students behind, yeah. Can we please cheer them up, guys? Thank you, everyone. I now invite on stage for the closing statement, Mrs. Payal Jindal Khanna, Deputy Director and Head, Center for Leadership and Coaching. Payal Jindal is an award-winning ICF PCC executive coach and author known for her transformative work across the banking sector, corporate world, and academia. So with a huge round of applause, let us please welcome Mrs. Payal Jindal Khanna on the stage.
Good evening. Good evening, students and guests and colleagues and friends and coaches and delegates. Wow, what a day, right? Yes, I know you've been tired sitting at the back, but the MBA first year lot sat for double the time, right? So it's some leeway for you, right? Let's have a big round of applause for everyone present, for all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a great day. It's been an exhausting day. I want to get out of my slippers the first thing that I do after this session gets over. But however, the formality calls for it. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests and respected colleagues and dear students, as we bring the first day of this incredible journey to a close, I find myself filled with both gratitude and reflection. Today, we witness the coming together of minds from diverse walks of lives, executives, defense veterans, educators, coaches, and thought leaders, each bringing invaluable perspectives on leadership and the transformative power of coaching. We began this morning with profound reflections on leadership from General Ved Prakash Malik and Magdalena Mook, reminding us that leadership is not a solitary endeavor, but a shared responsibility, one that requires empathy, vision, and a deep understanding of the people we serve. The theme of coaching as a critical tool in executive leadership resonated strongly throughout the day, particularly in our discussions on the role of coaching in creating more resilient, adaptive, and compassionate leaders. In our panels, we explored the notion of leader as a coach. What struck me most was the idea that modern leadership is not simply about command and control. It's about creating environments of trust where people can thrive and contribute their best. Leaders today must also be coaches, helping their teams navigate challenges, empowering them to grow, and guiding them through uncertain times. The discussions we have had today about trust, accountability, and the delicate balance between leadership and coaching are not theoretical concepts anymore. They are the building blocks of sustainable, human-centric organizations. We are moving towards a future where leadership will be defined not by titles, but by the impact we have on those around us. In that sense, today's sessions have not just been about sharing ideas, they have been about planting seeds for transformation for ourselves and for our organizations. This afternoon's conversations on leadership in hierarchical organizations and the crucial collaboration between industry and academia were equally compelling. These discussions remind us that leadership and coaching do not exist in silos. They demand collaboration, cross-pollination of ideas, and a willingness to adapt and evolve in response to the shifting demands of our times. But today, as we close, I want to ask you all to think about the deeper message that has run through each session. Leadership, at its core, is about humanity. It's about understanding the people we lead, acknowledging their strengths, nurturing their potential, and guiding them with empathy. Coaching gives us the tools to do that effectively by seeing not just the task at hand, but the person behind it. As you reflect on today's conversations, I encourage you to ask yourself, how will you take the wisdom shared here and bring it into your own leadership journey? How will you translate these insights into actions? Tomorrow, we will continue to build on these themes. I urge you all to return with fresh eyes and an open heart, ready to dive deeper into the world of leadership coaching. Let today be a foundation, a beginning, upon which we build a future where leaders coach with compassion and where organizations thrive because of it. Thank you for your presence, your attention, and your contributions today. I know you're very tired and hence the applause. I wish you all a restful evening, and I look forward to seeing you for another impactful day tomorrow. And I'll call upon Nancy for the last set of instructions. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Payal ma'am. So we will all now proceed to the tree plantation at Vrindavan Gardens, followed by high tea. As the announcement concludes, I request all the delegates, guests, speakers, and Shoolini management to move to Vrindavan Gardens. Students are to remain in G block for their tea. There should be strictly no student movement till the guests leave. The students, please pay attention, okay? And afterwards, there will be 1 hour break, during which guests and speakers can return to their rooms. We will come back at the OAT for a cultural night, exclusive network reception, and gala dinner. Your respective buddies are going to assist you and they'll take you to the OAT. So thank you once again. And students, once again, please no movement till all the guest speakers leave the venue. Thank you so much.